Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were both at the divine feather holy nations. They had separated for a long time and missed Qin Xiang very much. They had originally planned to go to the Hundreds of Flowers Palace immediately after leaving, but Feng Yujie told them to return to the divine feather school first. This way they would be safer. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were both at the divine feather holy nations. They had separated for a long time and missed Qin Xiang very much. They had originally planned to go to the Hundreds of Flowers Palace immediately after leaving, but Feng Yujie told them to return to the divine feather school first. This way they would be safer. It was because 5,000 years after Chen Xiang had disappeared, he had returned once again. Furthermore, the H.E.L. Devil Emperor had also received news that the bounty order was still valid. However, they also knew that it would be hard to kill Qin Xiang after 5,000 years, so they did not immediately seek him out. There were many strong warriors who were killed by Chen Xiang back then, including the strong of Lord Stage. If Chen Xiang could kill them 5,000 years ago, there was no need to even mention 5,000 years later. Chen Xiang came to the divine feather holy nations and rushed straight to the imperial palace. Thinking that he had to face such a mysterious and powerful woman like Feng Yujie again, Qin Xiang suddenly felt a huge pressure in his heart, especially since Su Meiyao and Bai Yu had always been following her. He was worried that they would be affected by Feng Yujie. Other than Bai Yu and his wife, Hongxia and Jilinger were also present. Originally, Chen Xiang had wanted to make Hongxia and Jilinger learn alchemy from him, but who knew that they would become his disciples later on? Qin Xiang felt that they would most likely follow him in the future. When Chen Xiang came here, he directly reported his name, but he did not change his appearance because he felt that Feng Yujie was very strong and was not afraid of trouble. Very quickly, Chen Xiang was invited into the dazzling palace. He arrived at a garden and found Feng Yujie sitting on a stone chair in the pavilion, pouring some tea. Chen Xiang walked over quickly, sat on his tea, and directly sat in front of Feng Yujie. Then he fearlessly looked at Feng Yujie's ordinary appearance. "Where's Sister Meiyao and elder sister Yu? Chen Xiang looked around, but did not see the two girls and asked anxiously, 5,000 years? Do you not miss me?" Feng Yujie laughed and gave Qin Xiang a cup of fragrant tea. "I am their Oh, mother, if you want to see my daughter, of course I have to check." Qin Xiang drank the cup of tea in one gulp, curled his lips and said, "You are their Oh, mother, how can I miss you? I say, Aunt Feng, let them come out and see me." "That won't do. I want to see how much you've improved in the past 5,000 years." Feng Yujie played with the ends of her hair, a pair of lively eyes flickering with a mischievous gaze. Qin Xiang was very gloomy. Every time he met someone he knew, he would have to explain that it had only been a year or two, and he himself did not know where the 5,000 years had gone to. "I only spent a year or two in that place. I've already explained it to a lot of people." Chen Xiang explained everything that had happened to him in the divine prison with the fastest speed of speech. "Thus, you don't have to test me anymore. Quickly, let me see them. Otherwise, I'll look for them myself." The beauty that he had not seen for many years was here, and she was one of the two women that were most important to him. Chen Xiang was extremely anxious at this moment. Feng Yujie, on the other hand, was not in a hurry at all. He continued to wet Qin Xiang's appet, tea, and laughed. "Meiyao is already one of your people. What are you in a hurry for? Once you've arrived, you don't need to ask me about my matters. You always need to find them urgently, so I'll be very sad and very disappointed." "Aunt Feng, you are their Oh, mother, I can't get too close to you. This is not good." Qin Xiang said in a low voice, "Stop messing around, all right?" The first time Qin Xiang had met this Feng Yujie, she was this mischievous. "Why, I am just their Oh, mother, and I am not related by blood. So what if we're closer? Besides, you have so many women by your side, and none of them are jealous." Feng Yujie continued to incite Qin Xiang, causing him to wish that he could strip her of her clothes and punish her severely, letting her know how anxious he was right now. Do you think I'm too old? Feng Yujie saw that Qin Xiang did not speak and continued to laugh. Of course, she did not know that she had been stripped naked in Qin Xiang's mind. That's right. You're too old, and I'm not interested in you. Of course, since you're interested in me, I will take care of it and satisfy the emptiness in your heart. Qin Xiang slowly said. He could already tell that Feng Yujie was doing this on purpose. The more Feng Yujie wanted to play tricks on him, the more he couldn't let him succeed. Aunt Feng, you have never slept with a man before. Qin Xiang calmed down and started retaliating. That's right. Feng Yujie smiled slightly and said, What? You're beginning to be interested in me. Of course not. I have so many women by my side. No matter what, I will not be interested in you. Qin Xiang laughed. When Feng Yujie saw that Qin Xiang had started to talk nonsense with her, he originally wanted to tease her a little. Mei Yao and you are both very powerful now. With my help, they have already condensed their divine deity and cultivated Emperor Soulless. The bones in their bodies are also crystal bones. I treat them like my own daughters, and they plan to follow you in the future. I've painstakingly nurtured these two beautiful daughters of mine, and I feel very sad to follow you like this. Feng Yujie purposely pouted, his face filled with resentment. Why don't you follow me as well? In that case, you can stay with them. My dark dragon ring is very large, so even if there are 10 more of you, you won't be a problem. Qin Xiang chuckled, but in his heart he was actually very grateful to Feng Yujie. Not only did he help Su Meiyao and her to treat the injuries she had suffered for so many years, he had also helped to make them so powerful. Humph, I'm talking business with you right now. Feng Yujie scoffed. You're not allowed to talk nonsense. I was talking business with you too. Seeing you alone, I was suddenly interested in you. Qin Xiang purposely revealed a sinister smile. Feng Yujie clenched her jade teeth and silently cursed Qin Xiang. She was really discussing serious matters with Qin Xiang right now, but who knew that Qin Xiang would actually take the initiative and tease her? Aren't you afraid that I'll beat you up? How powerful I have become in the past 5,000 years, you can't imagine. Yet you have lost 5,000 years of your lifespan. If I want to take you down, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. Feng Yujie suddenly became serious. That's right, but you are still a loser under my hand. Back then when we competed to refine pills, you did indeed lose to me. Qin Xiang laughed. How about we compete again and play something bigger this time? Great. Although I, Feng Yujie, do not focus on refining pills, I can still beat you, brat. Last time it was only because I was too careless and did not understand you. And because I was a pill saint, I deliberately did not use my highest level, so do not think that I really lost to you. Feng Yujie was also a very strong woman, and when she heard Qin Xiang mention the matter of her last cruise, plusing defeat, it was even more true. Back then, you could only concoct immortal pills, and you even lost 5,000 years there. I was already a pill saint, and during the past 5,000 years, even if I didn't really progress in the Tao of Alchemy, my progress was enormous. Even though Feng Yujie had said that in the past 5,000 years, she had worked hard on refining pills, it was only because she lost to Qin Xiang that she had to win it back. So you have a lot of confidence, Qin Xiang said while beaming. Since that's the case, let's play a little. If you are familiar with my affairs, you should know that I have 2 female slaves by my side. I know. One of them is called Hua Shangyue. She had come here before and learned some alchemy from me. And there's also Wu Qianqian. She's also a good sapling. She seems to have been harmed by you, you little bee. A-S-T-A-R-D. Feng Yujie said, Why are you bringing up your female slaves? Since we're competing, then we have to be heroic and heroic. There's no need to gamble our lives. We don't even like gambling on Holy Stone S. so it's more fun for me to gamble on them. If you lose, then you are mine. If I lose, I'll be yours." Qinxiang laughed. "Do you dare to come?" "This is not fair. What do I want you to do? However, your words are extremely useful. It's not that I don't dare. It's just that the conditions are not equal." Feng Yujie snorted. She didn't think that this little bastard Qinxiang would actually want to take her as a female slave. She felt that she had still underestimated Qinxiang's guts. Qinxiang said, "Then forget it. It's not fun at all. Anyway, you've already lost to me. All right, quickly let me see Sister Meiyao and Sister Yu. No, I have to compete again." Feng Yujie said resolutely, "We can discuss the aspect of the wager." Qinxiang said very casually, "My request is not big. I only want you to. If that doesn't work, you can stay in the same secret room as me, and then within 2 hours, no matter what I do to you, you can't resist at all." As he finished speaking, Qinxiang smiled evilly. "Little scoundrel." Feng Yujie gritted his teeth and snorted. "I am Meiyao and the Quiet Mother. Aren't you afraid that they will find out?" Qinxiang laughed. "Didn't you say it earlier? You aren't related to them by blood, so it's fine even if you get closer." "Forget it. I have plenty of time anyway. It's impossible for Sister Meiyao and Sister Yu to be stared at to death by you for your entire life. I will have a chance to meet them one day. After I return, I have a lot of things to do, so I'll be leaving first." After Qinxiang stood up, he anxiously shouted out, "What are you anxious about? It's not like I said no." "All right, let's talk about the wager now." "I can agree to your dirty conditions." Qinxiang interrupted her and laughed. "What condition do you have to agree to my request?" "That's right. After you win, I'll give you 2 hours of time. It doesn't matter what you do to me." Feng Yujie lightly bit her lips, stared at Qinxiang, and said, "This isn't a joke, is it?" Qinxiang was a little surprised. "I'm serious. However, this matter cannot be known to Meiyao and Yu, because once they find out, they will definitely stop your vulgar actions." Feng Yujie said with a serious face. It looked like he was not joking, "But if you lose to me, then you will have to be my servant for 100,000 years." After losing, she would become a slave for 100,000 years. Qinxiang carefully thought about it. Feng Yujie was not joking around right now. After losing, she would become a slave for 100,000 years. Qinxiang carefully thought about it. Feng Yujie was not joking around right now. Of course, Qinxiang was also very confident in himself. It was just that Feng Yujie had already agreed to his shameful conditions. It could be seen that Feng Yujie definitely had some tricks up her sleeve. "What is it?" "I've already agreed to it. Why are you dawdling?" "It can't be that you're scared." Feng Yujie laughed in disdain and stuck out her tongue proudly. "Well, it's a bit unfair that you put forward such conditions." Although Qinxiang was confident in himself, he had to prepare for the worst. What if he lost? What do you think? If I lose, then I will be your servant for 10,000 years. That should be fine, right? I am, after all, someone who has been offered for divine deity S by the L Devil Emperor, and you don't know this yet, but in order to capture me in the divine prison, I suffered an even greater loss. What Qinxiang said was true. The 2 war DS sent by the L Devil Emperor had already spent around this amount. Against Qinxiang's expectations, Feng Yujie actually agreed very straightforwardly. "All right, in order to prevent you from being shameless, we need to get a contract or something like that." "It can't be better." Qinxiang chuckled. "If you lose, I can do whatever I want with you. You promised me. Also, I can't let Sister Meiyao and Sister Yu know about this. Otherwise, I won't do it." When Feng Yujie saw that Qinxiang had hardened his heart to do such dirty things to her, he cursed in his heart and spat lightly. "You don't have to be too proud. You'll soon be my servant." "Of course I have to be proud because I will soon." Cough, cough. Qinxiang said with an evil smile. After signing the contract, both Qin Xiang and Feng Yu just sinisterly laughed a few times, because they believed that the other party would definitely lose. I really want to know, little devil, don't talk about losing 5,000 years. You aren't too strong yourself. Even if you have a heavenly alchemy and a pretty good perception, you are too arrogant. I am a pill saint for hundreds of thousands of years, and I can refine high-quality pills now. Feng Yujie looked down on Qin Xiang. At this moment, she was truly looking down on him. You should know that I can refine Shangpin, Holy Dan now. Even if you are able to concoct a low-grade saint pill, you and I are on two completely different levels. Feng Yujie was filled with confidence, as if she had already won. We already said before, when we signed the contract, that we would choose a pill that both parties could forge during the compet. One tie-in. Therefore, even if you could refine a divine pill, it wouldn't be your advantage. You know how to concoct mid-grade saint pills, but I can't even concoct a tier 7 or 8 immortal pill, so I might as well defeat you. Qin Xiang laughed faintly and struck back. Tell me while touching your chest, did you really lose to me at that time? Feng Yujie admitted in her heart that even if she had used all her strength, she would have still lost to Qin Xiang. But now she was different. Although she was very confident in her heart, she would not underestimate Qin Xiang. For Qin Xiang to dare to bet with her, it showed that he had his own trump card. All right, in order to make you convinced of your defeat, you can decide on the pill you want to refine. 2 out of 3. Feng Yujie said, a round to determine the victor. And luck is also a factor. In order to display your strength, I have to compete a few more times. Qin Xiang nodded. I agree with you. Let's refine a Tianqin Dan of the 9th level of the immortal realm first. No problem. I will pay for the ingredients. I have one here. Was still rather surprised in his heart. Tianqin Dan were extremely difficult to refine, but Qin Xiang had actually chosen this from the beginning, and refining Tianqin Dan would have been very difficult, to the point where he would have to split the burden between them. Other alchemists wouldn't normally choose this, and Qin Xiang had only stayed in the divine prison for a few years, yet he was able to refine this Tianqin Dan. However, Feng Yujie was very confident in herself refining the Tianqin Dan, because she had often refined Tianqin Dan before to raise her level. When he refined the Tianqin Dan, he could produce 12 pellets at the highest. He felt that no matter how strong this Feng Yujie was, it would at most be a few pellets, which would definitely not be able to assess him. Seeing the confident and beautiful smile on Feng Yujie's face, Qin Xiang laughed to himself. Don't be too happy yet. I will use the most ruthless method to defeat you later. Feng Yujie said, Don't tell me we do not need a judge? After all, during the process of refining pills, there will inevitably be some special circumstances which will need to be evaluated by the judge. Which referee should I choose? Qin Xiang asked. I don't have a good candidate. Lu Fuxing by Guang Yao. LV Zhen, Grandma LV. LV Chilean, you don't have any objections, do you? I can call them now. Feng Yujie said. These people were all acquaintances of Qin Xiang, so he naturally did not have any objections, although their relations. I plus P was not bad with him. But at that time, these 5 people would definitely be very fair. All right, then you can wait. I'll give you another hour to prepare so that you won't have to come up with all sorts of excuses when you lose. Feng Yujie placed great importance on this compet. 1. Tie-in. She stood up and left the garden, looking for the judge she was talking about. Not long after she left, Qin Xiang saw 2 beautiful figures appear in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, and behind them, there were also 3 equally beautiful women, namely Bai Ziqian, Hongxia, and Jiling. Seeing Qin Xiang, these girls were also very excited, especially Su Meiyao, who had confirmed their relations. I plus P with him, who flew over from afar and landed in his arms. Little scoundrel, I missed you so much. Su Meiyao hugged Su Meiyao tightly and looked at him with alluring eyes. She extended her jade hands to caress Qin Xiang's handsome and determined face. I miss you too. Qin Xiang kissed Su Meiyao's face, then giggled while looking at the other women. I miss you guys too. Sister Yu, Sister Ziqian, you all wear the same clothes, and standing together is so beautiful. Bai Yu and Bai Ziqian were both dressed in the same light white cheongsam. The two girls both had ice-cold, yet incomparably beautiful faces, and the same cold and proud temperament. However, they both gave Qin Xiang a beautiful, short-lived smile. It's been 5,000 years, and you, little scoundrel, still haven't changed. Your eyes are still so dishonest. Bai Yu chuckled. Where's Shui? I'm here. I don't want to go out right now. The reason why she didn't want to go out was because she was worried about Bai Yaowei, LV Zhen, and the other rankers. This was because she currently had too many people behind her. This was the imperial palace of the divine feather holy nations. So Qin Xiang didn't dare to stay here too casually. Qin Xiang and the few girls sat in the pavilion, narrating what happened to him once more. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, the girls were all very surprised. When they heard Qin Xiang say that he would compete with Feng Yujie in pill refining, these few women were even more surprised. You should be mentally prepared to lose if you compete with your mother in pill refinement. Su Meiyao said, all these years I have been learning alchemy with her. I am now a pill saint. I can concoct low-grade saint pills. Of course, the refining technique that I am using is your G. Oh, depurification. Mother made many improvements in the G. Oh, depurification, so she has improved a lot. You won't blame me, will you? I pas, said the G. Oh, depurification to her. Su Meiyao was a little worried that Qin Xiang would blame her. Of course, I won't blame you, since she used my G. Oh, depurification. Then this means that she received inspiration from me. Only then will she be convinced, after losing. Qin Xiang laughed. He did not feel like it at all. He was happy that Feng Yujie was able to use his pill refining skills, because he could use this method to provoke Feng Yujie's prideful heart any time in the future. It looks like you've won. Mother is now capable of refining Shangpin Holy Dan. Although her main cultivation path is not to refine pills, to have such high attainments is not something that can be easily defeated. The one who spoke was Bai Ziqian. What is it? Sister Ziqian, you also became that woman's daughter? Qin Xiang looked at Red Dawn and Ji Linger, who were at the side. I think you two are the 5 sisters now, right? Su Meiyao laughed and pinched the flesh on Qin Xiang's arm. Have you started to let your thoughts run wild? Where is it? Qin Xiang anxiously pulled away from Su Meiyao's delicate hand that was filled with power. Feng Yujie was a powerful pill saint, although Su Meiyao and the others were her adopted daughters. But to them, she was like their biological daughters, giving them the best resources, training them. Qin Xiang, you must be thinking about something evil. Ji Linger giggled and said, over these years, Hong Xia and I have gained a new understanding of you. Humph. Bai Ziqian coldly snorted. The few of them had been together for more than 1,000 years, and Su Meiyao had already told them about those perverted matters he had several times. You guys aren't kind. You're discrediting me everywhere. Qin Xiang had a wronged expression on his face. I really didn't think that way. I've always been very honest. Long Shui originally wanted to speak up for him, but when she thought about how Feng Yujie would give him whatever 2 hours he wanted her to do if he lost, she still felt that it was better to let it go. Being stared at by the few girls with such looks of contempt made Qin Xiang feel weak in his heart, but he thought to himself, wait till I take care of your G. Oh, mother, I'll see how you guys can continue being C. Oh, C. KY then. Oh, yeah. Have you guys fought against the Emperor before? Qin Xiang quickly changed the topic, and it was a success. Yes, they had beaten her twice, but they had not been able to kill her each time. She had many experts protecting her, especially the emperor of the 10 great holy nations. As long as she spoke, he would never refuse her request. I heard she's still in Chaos Realm. Xiang Yu and Qian Qian are also in Chaos Realm. Will they be all right? Qin Xiang had heard LV Chilian say before that Hua, Xiang Yue, and Wu Qianqian were searching for precious holy medicine in the Chaos Realm. Don't be too worried. Xiang Yue and Qianqian have obtained the inheritance of the Dan Emperor. It's definitely not ordinary. Su Meiyao said, they are also often with us, discussing the art of refining pills. Qin Xiang remembered that someone once said that after Wu Qianqian and Su Meiyao found out about the whereabouts of the Dan Emperor, they went to look for the Dan Emperor. Qin Xiang remembered that someone once said that after Wu Qianqian and Su Meiyao found out about the whereabouts of the Dan Emperor, they went to look for the Dan Emperor. Long Shui felt even more uncomfortable now, because Wu Qianqian and Hua Xiangyue had also made great progress. This made her even more determined that she would eat and sleep more in the future, and become stronger. When Qianqian was poisoned by the Ice Emperor, I will definitely avenge her. When Chen Xiang brought up this matter, he was still very angry in his heart. Ice Emperor of the Holy Ice Nation are not easy to deal with. Their 10 great holy nations was one ent, one Tai, and there were even many strong warriors who had infiltrated the H.E.L. Devil Emperor in the dark. Aside from that, there is also another huge threat, and that is the mighty Night Devil S and the Night Devil H.E.L.L. They are also now quite a strong force. Su Meiyao said, Qin Xiang almost forgot about Night Devil H.E.L.L. Then how is Devil Killing Summit now? Have you found your young master? Qin Xiang asked. The Devil Killing Summit has already been destroyed. The DS inside the Devil Killing Summit originally could not withstand the pressure from the DS realm and all retreated. As a result, the Devil Killing Summit was annihilated after a few waves of attacks. Su Meiyao sighed helplessly. Looks like this 9 Heaven World is a place that DS realm left alone in. Moreover, this DS realm hopes that this place will be a mess all day, which is why this H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor is here, doing whatever he wants. So many years had Pa S said, and the things that happened in the DS realm were no longer secrets. As long as one was an expert of the 9 Heaven World, he or she would more or less know a little. What about you? Dragon Subduing School has been dissolved, and the dragon veins have been occupied. By you asked. Of course not. Sooner or later, I will take back what belongs to me. Qin Xiang said firmly. We'll go together then. Su Meiyao sat by Qin Xiang's side, hugging Qin Xiang's arm, like a docile little kitten sticking to Qin Xiang, especially when he felt her soft chest rubbing against him. It made Qin Xiang feel that he couldn't take it anymore. We're going too. Bai Ziqian looked at Red Cloud and Ji Linger. I have long hated that 10 great holy nations. Bai Yu said. In her eyes, Qin Xiang's matter was her own. Qin Xiang shook his head. None of you are to go, and obediently stay here to help me increase my strength, although I lost 5,000 years of time. But I feel that it won't be long before I enter the DS realm, so when the time comes, you all can enter the ring with me. But what I hope for is that with your true strength, you all will be able to pass south through the road to the DS realm. The Azure Dragon and Qin Xiang had said before that the road to enter the DS realm was very important. If one did not enter the DS realm through that method, it would be a huge loss. Mother also told us that whether we can get along well after entering the DS realm depends on what we can get from that road. Jilinger said, I thought you were a lot behind us. I didn't expect you to say that you want to go to DS realm so early in the morning. Feng Yujie's understanding of the DS realm made Qin Xiang even more suspicious. He suddenly felt that Feng Yujie was someone from the DS realm. Before an hour had passed, said, Feng Yujie had returned with a few people chatting happily behind her. Other than LV Zhen, Bai Yao, Grandma LV, and LV Chilian, there were also two other unfamiliar faces. Qin Xiang remembered that the aura of that handsome big man was from the floating city lord, Lu Fuxing. Back then, when Qin Xiang was surrounded by Thunder Emperor and other experts, it was Lu Fuxing who helped him break that barrier and gave him the chance to escape. Floating City Lord, I did not have the time to thank you for saving me all those years ago, but now I am here to make up for it. Qin Xiang immediately cupped his hands and laughed, and said some words of thanks. He is the great floating emperor. Feng Yujie chuckled, and then introduced another person Qin Xiang did not know. It was a graceful and elegant, beautiful woman wearing a purple dress. She was very compatible with Lu Fuxing. Qin Xiang could already tell that this beautiful woman should be Lu Fuxing's partner. This is Great Emperor Ruomeng, the master of Holy Nations Ruomeng, and also the floating wife. Feng Yujie introduced the beautiful woman, which surprised Qin Xiang greatly. This Great Emperor Ruomeng was very powerful. It gave others a feeling that they couldn't see through her. Bai Yao was the ruthless devil venerable back then. He was Bai Yuyu and Bai Ziqian's father, Su Meiao's master. He also knew a bit about Qin Xiang and his daughter, and now he said with a smile, I also spent some time with the pill master. Although I cannot refine pills, I can still be used as an evaluation. Qin Xiang, we already heard about you from the divine Feather Emperor on the way here. You lost for so many years, and he still dared to challenge her. This really surprises us. LV Jin laughed. LV Chilian did not say anything. The feeling she gave others was that they were not very close, but the truth was that her relations HI plus P with Qin Xiang had already progressed to a point where even Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu did not know about it. I really hope that you can refine some powerful poison. Let's see who can poison an old woman like me to death. Although she had a head full of white hair, she was very young and did not look like an old lady at all. Grandma LV, if I poison you to death, a few people here will immediately come and fight me. Qin Xiang laughed. Mom, stop messing around. LV Chilian was really worried that Qin Xiang would poison Grandma LV to death. Lu Fuxing laughed. This little brother dares to challenge the divine Feather Emperor. He should be very confident. I wonder if the two of you made any bets? No. Feng Yujie immediately said she did not want others to know that she actually agreed to Qin Xiang's shameful conditions. Su Meiyao asked, What pills are all of you competing? 3 rounds and 2 victories. The first is the Tian Chindan and the second is also his. Feng Yujie looked at Qin Xiang and asked, What pill do you want to compete in the second round? Let me feel, Arie. Assured. Dragon Blood Saint Dan. I have the ingredients. Qin Xiang chuckled. As for the third round, it shouldn't be necessary anymore. Feng Yujie also chuckled. It's indeed unnecessary. I can defeat you in 2 rounds. Although Feng Yujie had a smile on her face, her heart secretly jumped. Qin Xiang was actually able to refine holy pellets. If Qin Xiang had lived for 5,000 years, that would be normal. But Qin Xiang had only stayed in the divine prison for a short period of time. Don't say it so early. I will make you lose to shame in the first round. My beautiful divine Feather Emperor, haha. Qin Xiang suddenly laughed out loud, causing everyone to frown. The clash between Feng Yujie and Qin Xiang just now made people feel that they had an irreconcilable feud. One cauldron isn't enough to compete in, but many batches to compete in. This is up to you. I heard that he's also very good at controlling multiple pill furnaces at the same time. Feng Yujie suddenly said as he saw Qin Xiang taking out the Yanlong furnace. 10 batches, how about it? Qin Xiang said directly without even thinking. Right after he finished speaking, Feng Yujie gently waved his sleeve, and like smoke, 10 purple 9-legged pill furnaces appeared in front of her. Each of them was as tall as a person and extremely large. 10 batches of purple skies. This is one of the famous pill furnaces in the GODS realm. It is said that all the ingredients are made from a purple sky that has collapsed. Elvision took a deep breath. This is a top-grade divine furnace. In order to defeat Qinxiang, Feng Yujie no longer hid his strength and wanted to reveal his true strength. Feng Yujie concocted 10 batches of pills at the same time, which was also inspired by Qinxiang previously. Su Meiyao had told her many things about Qinxiang's concocting of pills, and Feng Yujie was really impressed by his pill refining skills. Feng Yujie concocted 10 batches of pills at the same time, which was also inspired by Qinxiang previously. Su Meiyao had told her many things about Qinxiang's concocting of pills, and Feng Yujie was really impressed by his pill refining skills. However, Feng Yujie had not released the magic method furnace like Qinxiang did. In her opinion, it was not safe, and it also consumed a lot of spirit energy. It was better to use a good pill furnace to concoct the pill, so she did not need to worry about the instability of the magic method furnace. It would allow her to control multiple pill furnaces more easily. Qinxiang had never tried to refine 10 batches of Tianshandan before, but he felt that it wouldn't be difficult. My Yanlong furnace is only a sacred device, and your 10 pill furnaces are divine furnaces. Even if you win against me, that is not something to be proud of. However, once you lose, Qinxiang felt that the more Feng Yujie displayed his true strength, the more he would feel a sense of accomplishment when defeating her. When we competed previously, we didn't talk about the limitations of the pill furnaces. If you need me to change to a more ordinary pill furnace, that's fine too. Feng Yujie took out 20 Tianhan fruit S and told Su Meiyao to send 10 to Qinxiang. I didn't pay too much attention to the pill furnace when I was refining pills, so of course I wouldn't restrict you. If you still lose to me in this way, then I'll be even more happy. Qinxiang checked the Tianhan fruit. He was worried that Feng Yujie would do something to them. Feng Yujie originally thought that his 10 purple deity furnace would be able to scare Qinxiang, but who would have thought that Qinxiang was actually so calm? Now we have to refine 10 batches of 9th stage immortal Tianshandan at the same time, and we also have to refine 10 batches of Dragon Blood St. Dan in the second round, right? She was a woman, so she hoped that Feng Yujie could win. In her eyes, Feng Yujie was her senior. Not bad. Everyone, wait a bit and watch carefully. Don't let that brat cheat. Feng Yujie chuckled. Even I am starting to suspect if he used up all his divine power by refining 2 batches of Dragon Blood St. Dan at the same time. Qinxiang snorted. 9B. ALL. S of mist suddenly gushed out, translucent and hazy. They formed 9 pill furnaces that were half a man tall, arranged on both sides of the Yanlong furnace in a straight line. Everyone present who understood Qinxiang knew that this was the pill furnace he created with his divine power. Feng Yujie placed the 10 bubbling Tianhan fruit S into her purple sky 10 furnace separately, and Qinxiang didn't fall behind her. Using his divine power, he controlled the Tianhan fruit to enter the 9 transparent magic method furnace S and the Yanlong furnace S, respectively. It had to be said that Qinxiang's refining technique was extremely eye-catching. Even Feng Yujie had been carefully staring at Qinxiang's 9 magic method furnace. She also wanted to see with her own eyes how Qinxiang refined the Tianshandan. She wanted to see how it was different from her refining technique, or if she had learned something from it. Feng Yujie had already started to release flames. Her flames were extremely strong, and even though they were inside the divine furnace, Qinxiang could feel the terror of those flames from the weak heat they emitted, causing him to suspect Feng Yujie's ident. Even more. From Qinxiang's point of view, Feng Yujie should have long been a ranker who entered the GODS realm, but she had not left this place all these years. Qinxiang released flames. His flames did not have a trace of warmth, looking very ordinary. They surrounded the Tianhun fruit. Tai Chi Divine Arts. Chun Xiang released a small Taiji array from the bottom of the Tianhun fruit from the very beginning, producing a suction force that prevented the Tianhun fruit from releasing its special powers. Seeing that he had revealed this move, Feng Yujie frowned slightly and looked more carefully, her heart also becoming heavier. Of course, she could see that the terrifying divine power inside the Tianhun fruit had already been contained and did not leak out any further after the appearance of the Taiji array. This way, Chun Xiang could refine all of the divine power within the Tianhun fruit into an immortal pill. When ordinary alchemists refining Tianshandan, they would always let the Tianhun fruit lose 90% of its medicinal power, and in the end could only use 10% of its difficulty to condense it into a pill. But its effects were still much stronger than eating the Tianhun fruit alive. Even if it was Feng Yujie, it would still be hard to prevent this kind of thing from happening. She had only done a better job than the other alchemist, as she could minimize the loss of medicinal power. What kind of flame is that? Could it be that it wasn't sacred fire? Logically speaking, Chun Xiang should already be able to use the rainbow sacred flame. Isn't his depurification mainly focused on powerful flames? She and Ji Linger both possessed the kind of mystical Holy Spirit fire S, and were on the path of pill refining. Su Meiyao had Pa S, said Chen Xiang's Ji. Depurification to them. They were only at the initial stage of mastery, but now Chen Xiang was not using the Ji. Depurification that they were familiar with. I'm not sure either. His flames are very strange. Su Meiyao frowned slightly as she looked at Chen Xiang's pill furnace seriously. What kind of flame is this? LV Zhen also felt that it was very strange, because that type of flame did not have a unique flame characteristic. Lu Fuxing shook his head. He did not know. Creation flame. Just when everyone was feeling puzzled, Feng Yujie said in a low voice, "It is also called a Chuangzhao fire, a fire of chaos. In short, I have only seen him once, and the Chuangzhao fire he is using right now is extremely weak." This, Ji Linger said in surprise. Can my Holy Spirit fire replicate this kind of flame? The strength of Holy Spirit Fire S was that they could copy the special natures of other people's fire soul and flames. No, this is not just a simple flame. I don't know how he cultivated it either. In short, this type of flame is extremely mysterious and strange. This kind of flame was precisely released by Chen Xiang using his life force. The Azure Dragon had also mentioned it before. What good eyesight! You can actually recognize this kind of flame. Are you afraid? Chun Xiang laughed. So what? Your flame is so weak, yet you still have not started to refine the Tianhun fruit, while I have already refined 30%. Feng Yujie smiled slightly. If you rely on this kind of flame, then you still won't be able to defeat me. In Chun Xiang's pill furnace, there was only one Taiji array under every Tianhun fruit, and the Tianhun fruit was also wrapped by his without any changes. Don't be happy too early. Chun Xiang snickered, only to see that the fiery red ball of light from the 9 magic method furnace S was suddenly enveloped by a layer of white light. Alchemists who had refined Tianshandan before knew that this was the pure medicinal power that leaked out of the Tianhun fruit when it was refined. The amount of white light outside the red ball of fire grew more and more, while Chen Xiang's ability to use it also grew stronger and stronger. The reason he was so slow was because it was his first time refining 10 batches of Tianshandan, and he needed some time to get used to it. Now that he had gotten used to it, he could begin to use his supernatural power to quickly decompose and refine the Tianhun fruit. The light grew brighter and brighter, like 9 white suns, constantly emitting blinding white rays that were constantly rotating. The white brilliance was actually the divine energy within the Tianhun fruit. After being refined, it was like falling into a whirlpool, spinning around the upper level of the pill furnace and condensing into a pill there. Looking at the endless flow of medicinal power gus. Plussing to the top of the furnace, Su Meiyao, who had refined Tianshandan before, knew very clearly that the amount of pills Qin Xiang produced would be extremely terrifying. Jilinger exclaimed, "This little brat is too scary." In the past, Jilinger and Red Cloud had specially helped Qin Xiang by selling a large number of high-grade pellets. Now they had finally seen with their own eyes how Qin Xiang had concocted high-grade pellets in bulk. Feng Yujie's face turned a little ugly. She no longer said anything, slightly gritted her teeth, and became a little nervous. She couldn't understand why Qin Xiang always had such a strange method of refining pills. However, she felt that she could still win, because she felt that the medicinal power she had refined from the Tianhan fruit would not be less than Qin Xiang's. But not long after, when Feng Yujie saw that Qin Xiang was still madly squeezing out the medicine from within the Tianhan fruit, she became even more nervous. This made her feel like she was about to lose, but she quickly calmed her restless heart. Infinite refining. Destroy them all. Qin Xiang was also a little nervous, but that was because he was too excited. Back then, when he was refining the Tianshandan, one furnace was enough to tire him to death. Now, when he was refining 10 batches at the same time, he was still full of energy. The infinite refining was a method to strengthen the foundation of Tai Chi at this moment. The Taiji array at the bottom of the 9 magic method furnace could be seen with the naked eye constantly emitting lines and lines of runes. The 9 Tianhan fruit inside the magic method furnace instantly exploded as a huge golden light shone out, enveloping a radius of several tens of kilometers. With the 9 magic method furnace as the center, an extremely thick light pillar appeared and shot high into the sky. Feng Yujie's residence was currently enveloped in a huge, semicircular golden light barrier. LV Zhen, Lu Fuxing, Bai Yao Wei, and the rest were all enveloped by the golden light, unable to see anything, but they were all using their powerful divine powers to feel the changes happening inside Qin Xiang's pill furnace. The shocking golden light gradually faded, causing everyone to be surprised. And at this time, Qin Xiang had formed the 9 magic method furnaces. They were condensing a white ball of air, as if they were being kneaded by snow, releasing a sparkling and translucent multicolored light. With just a glance, one could tell how many Tianshandan could be condensed. Seeing this scene, Feng Yujie almost could not continue, but she still held onto a glimmer of hope that Qin Xiang would fail at the last moment. Qin Xiang smiled as he looked at Feng Yujie. At this moment, Feng Yujie was completely naked in front of him. With a thought from Qin Xiang, the BALL S of Qi inside each pill furnace were split into 12 small BALS, which then quickly converged and merged together, eventually forming into a bubble-like pellet. "I'm done refining." Qin Xiang took out a relatively large jade box. With a wave of his hand, the magic method furnace disappeared, and all of the Tianshandan fell into the jade box. 10 batches, 12 pills per batch, a total of 120 pills. All of them were of high quality. All the experts in the refining process had witnessed the entire process without any cheating whatsoever. "Monster!" LV Zhan exclaimed. If a sacred pill could be used to refine such a method, wouldn't it be overturning the heavens? Feng Yujie knew that she had lost. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to surpass Qin Xiang. However, she did not give up on concocting the pill. She only exhaled lightly and continued to focus on concocting. Feng Yujie knew that she had lost. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to surpass Qin Xiang. However, she did not give up on concocting the pill. She only exhaled lightly and continued to focus on concocting. Qin Xiang also patiently waited for Feng Yujie to win this match. Originally, he could have mocked Feng Yujie, but he felt that something was wrong, because Feng Yujie had appeared very calm and collected, giving him a bad premonition. "Sister Qilian, do you have more spirit liquid with you?" Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to LV Qilian, who was at the side. Menger and the others have followed me to the divine prison and lost 5,000 years of time. I plan to refine a few more holy pellets so that they can hurry up and catch up. Not much. I will give all my spirit liquid to Xiangyu and Mei Yao. It seems that I have to teach them the alive slain method from now on. LV Chilean asked, "You can refine holy pellets now?" "All right, I'll refine some for you from now on. We will take some time to refine some spiritual beads together and duplicate a large amount of divine medicine. At that time, I can refine a large amount of divine pellets." Qin Xiang chuckled. LV Chilean was unable to reject Qin Xiang and could only silently agree. Seeing how amazing Qin Xiang had been concocting pills just now, she also hoped that Qin Xiang would be able to concoct a large amount of holy pellets for her in the future. After less than an hour, Feng Yujie had already succeeded in condensing her pellets. Her ability in refining 8 Tianqin Dan was already stronger than many of the alchemistas, but she still lost to Qin Xiang. "Seniors, please evaluate the outcome of this match." Qin Xiang stood up and laughed. "You win this round," Feng Yujie immediately said, but her expression was extremely serious, causing the smile on Qin Xiang's face to disappear. Su Meiyao and the others were all surprised to see their own mother revealing such a serious expression. Usually, Feng Yujie was called a mischievous girl who spent her days laughing merrily. What they did not know was that Feng Yujie no longer had that much confidence in her victory. If she lost, she would be crippled by Qin Xiang for 2 hours. Rest for 2 hours before the second match. After Feng Yujie finished speaking, she walked into the house. The first time she lost to Qin Xiang, there was no one by her side, but now, with so many people watching, what made things worse was that after she lost, "Qin Xiang, can't you just let her go?" Su Meiyao sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. She did not know about the bet between Qin Xiang and him. If I give it to her, she'll be even more upset. Qin Xiang said, "Right now, I am also testing my own strength." Lu Fuxing walked over and asked with a smile, "Little brother, what is the highest level of holy pellet you can refine now?" "Low-grade St. Pill." Qin Xiang replied, "I can just concoct, and it might take a while for a mid-ranked holy pellet." Lu Fuxing wanted Qin Xiang to help him refine a holy pellet, but that was a mid-ranked holy pellet. "If you can concoct a mid-grade St. Pill, would you be able to help me?" Lu Fuxing asked. "Of course, it's fine. This is pretty good for me to learn how to forge a phone." Qin Xiang laughed. "Welcome." The Grandma LV said, "The next step is to refine Dragon Blood St. Dan, right? This kind of pellet with a strong body is not easy to refine either, and it's even using the holy level dragon pellet, it would definitely take a lot of time." "It will take a long time." Qin Xiang nodded. If it was just refining one furnace, to Qin Xiang it would only take 2 to 4 hours. After that, he would have to concoct 10 batches, which would definitely take a longer time. Qin Xiang talked for a relatively long time, but that was only for a few hours. In the eyes of the strong and Grandma LV and the others, it was just a few days, but for people like them who had lived for so many years, waiting for a few dozens of days was nothing. "Do you have any gains in the Chaos Realm? Because I am truly sorry for coming back, for making all of you gather here." Qin Xiang said somewhat guiltily, "It's fine. We will be back in a while anyway. The next time we enter, it should be soon. When that happens, you should come along as well." Elvisian laughed. "The Chaos Realm is a little mysterious, but there are a lot of resources inside. Right now, we have yet to encounter any dangers inside, but that does not mean that there aren't any." Bai Yawei said. Just as Qin Xiang was chatting with the rest, Su Meiyao suddenly shouted out, "Mother!" This is... Everyone was stunned immediately. Qin Xiang turned his head and saw an unfamiliar, yet beautiful woman walk out from the house. Her face was covered by a thin pink veil, and she was wearing a light pink dress that revealed her enchanting collarbone, as well as her small bee. Rasts, Qin Xiang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this unfamiliar woman was indeed Feng Yujie, but she was using her own appearance. Feng Yujie revealed her true face and wore that light pink long skirt, making the charm of her body even more oppressive. Qin Xiang looked at her pair of mysterious and charming eyes and almost lost in thought. The slowly approaching Feng Yujie had smiles in her beautiful eyes as she strode forward with Na's graceful steps. Her entire body was filled with an uncontrollable charm. Even LV Zhen by Yao Wei and Lu Fuxing, who had a certain level of resistance against this kind of power, had no choice but to silently circulate their powers to resist it. Su Meiyao and the other daughters were naturally all right. Feng Yujie had not fully revealed her features when she arrived in front of the Purple Sky 10 Furnace. She gracefully sat on the ground and stared at Qin Xiang with her beautiful eyes that were BRMMING with magic. The moment Feng Yujie came out, Qin Xiang's eyes went straight. He had seen Feng Yujie's portrait before, but that portrait was too powerful, causing him to instantly fall into a muddled state. He had been immersed in it for many days, and had even forgotten about its appearance. Seeing Feng Yujie's captivating eyes, Qin Xiang almost sunk into them. Luckily, he reacted in a hurry and closed his eyes, but Feng Yujie's half-covered face and eyes that were filled with enchantment kept on appearing in his mind. This woman actually wants to use this invitation to interfere with me. This way, I won't be able to refine pills peacefully. What a good method. Qin Xiang cursed in his heart. Only after activating the demon, subduing heart art, was he able to erase the illusory image in his mind. Seeing that Qin Xiang was distracted and almost captivated by her, LV Chilian, Su Meiyao, and the other girls were secretly gloating in their hearts. Qin Xiang said as he sent a sound transmission to Feng Yujie, "You are being shameless. Also, didn't you say that you would show me your true face when I take down the Mei Emperor? Didn't you want to see me back then? What's more, I haven't finished reading it yet. In the bet that we signed, there seems to be no one who doesn't allow me to use my true face." Feng Yujie responded with an extremely happy laugh. In order to not lose to Qin Xiang, Feng Yujie was already going all out. Feng Yujie's technique was very powerful. She had used her inherent strength to attract others' attention and disturbed Qin Xiang's mind. This way, Qin Xiang would definitely be affected while concocting pills, and if she was unable to use her strongest ability, she would be able to win against Qin Xiang. Feng Yujie's technique was very powerful. She had used her inherent strength to attract others' attention and disturb Qin Xiang's mind. This way, Qin Xiang would definitely be affected while concocting pills, and if she was unable to use her strongest ability, she would be able to win against Qin Xiang. Did this because she was acting a little shamelessly, and in front of so many people at that. It seemed that in order to not be ravaged by Qin Xiang for even an hour, she did not even care about her reputation. Let's rest a bit longer and start refining the Dragon Blood Saint Dan. This time, we'll continue with another 10 batches. Feng Yujie chuckled, looking at Qin Xiang, who had his eyes closed. His smile became even sweeter. Even if Qin Xiang did not open his eyes, he could still refine pills. In order to prevent Feng Yujie from using his charm to disrupt his state, he decided to refine pills with his eyes closed. As long as she did not read it, everything would be fine. Qin Xiang thought so, but who knew that after he closed his eyes and meditated for a while, Feng Yujie's half-covered face, as well as her beautiful body that was dressed in a light pink dress, were still unforgettable in his mind. He had already used the demon subduing heart art, but the effects were not too obvious. How could this be? Qin Xiang was a little anxious. If this continued, he would definitely not be able to focus on concocting pills. Your demon-suppressing heart mantra is used to deal with Mei Emperor, but Feng Yujie is different from Mei Emperor. She seems to be much more powerful. Right now, she is using her charm to attack you. However, this attack is very strange and cannot be discovered by others. Even you are unable to detect it. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang's beautiful and alluring body always appeared in Qin Xiang's mind. She was dressed even less. Half of her breasts were exposed. Her face revealed a mesmerizing shallow smile. Her entire body was filled with seductive charm, and even worse, she was currently performing a kind of seductive dance. When she changed her posture, she would always reveal a bit of a spring light, which made Qin Xiang unable to stop. Qin Xiang had already closed his eyes at this time, but the captivating images kept plusing past his mind. Gradually, he heard Feng Yujia's coquettish smile, and from time to time, she would even let out a soft moan that captivated him. At this time, in everyone's eyes, Qin Xiang seemed to be enduring a huge amount of pain. His head was covered in perspiration. "Aunt Feng, you are plussing yourself into a pit of fire. Originally, I wasn't very interested in you, but now." Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Feng Yujia. He hoped that Feng Yujia would stop, otherwise he would not be able to refine those 10 batches of dragon blood Saint Dan. Feng Yujia did not reply. She just sat there cross-legged and stared blankly at Qin Xiang. She was rather surprised at Qin Xiang's calmness. She had already attacked for such a long time. Yet Qin Xiang was still able to endure. Seeing that it was about time, Feng Yujia immediately retracted his hand. "You can start now." Feng Yujia smiled sweetly. Her eyes were extremely enchanting as they flickered with Xiaobo, as if she was smiling. Qin Xiang let out a long exhale. Feng Yujia's suicidal flirtatious dance finally stopped and gradually disappeared from his mind. The blood ginseng was also out of Feng Yujia's possession. She seemed to have the ability to copy holy levels medicinal herbs. But after Qin Xiang received the blood ginseng, he realized that the quality of the blood ginseng was not good. So he thought that Feng Yujia's copy of the blood ginseng spirit liquid was not as good as his. This might be copied by Sister Meiyao. Qin Xiang carefully examined the 10 blood ginseng, then released the 9. Just as he was about to begin, Feng Yujia suddenly threw a Meiyao towards him, causing his entire body to tremble. "Is this woman planning to disturb me while I'm refining pills?" Qin Xiang's heart thumped. If that was the case, then the next test would be extremely harsh, and he might fail halfway. Qin Xiang comforted himself in his heart. As long as he could endure through this ordeal, defeating Feng Yujia would be the time for him to take revenge. This woman clearly only used her powerful charm power on me, so no one else was affected. Qin Xiang did not start. Instead, he frowned and looked at Feng Yujia. Both her beautiful and enchanting eyes and her delicate body, which was covered by a pink long dress. It was as if he wanted to carefully observe every inch of her body. It was not the first time Qin Xiang looked at her in such an unbridled manner. At this moment, she was still trying to please Qin Xiang and would blink her eyes and smile charmingly at him from time to time. Is there any way to deal with this woman? Long Shui also knew the reason why Qin Xiang had yet to begin. If Qin Xiang did not have a way to deal with Feng Yujia's enticing power, he would most likely lose in the beginning. Qin Xiang said, "I am currently looking for a method from the heavenly alchemy. There is definitely a method in the heavenly alchemy, but I need to understand it myself, and that will take me some time." In order to successfully refine pills, Qin Xiang had to first find a method to cultivate and stabilize his mind through the heavenly alchemy. Refining a dragon blood Saint Dan would require a bit of time, and it was the same even for Feng Yujia. But in Qin Xiang's eyes, it was something that could be refined very quickly, so he was still calmly searching for a method to counter Feng Yujia within the heavenly alchemy. "Aren't you going to start? It's been an hour." Feng Yujia frowned slightly and asked softly. Qin Xiang really wanted to scold her for a bit. He still hadn't started it yet because he was worried that Feng Yujia would use that kind of enticing power on him midway. Everyone frowned because Qin Xiang was using perverted eyes to stare at Feng Yujia, as though he had fallen into Feng Yujia's seductive trap. But everyone understood that if Qin Xiang had started at the critical moment, when Feng Yujie had launched that formless charm attack, something would have definitely happened to him. It's more important to look at beauties. If you can take off the gauze covering your face, it would be even better. Chun Xiang smiled faintly, although he looked like a miscreant on the outside, but he was rapidly analyzing the heavenly alchemy in his mind, searching for what he needed from the profound chants. Are you trying to deal with me? I am not a Mei Emperor. I am not that easy to deal with. Feng Yujie laughed tenderly. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. Look, everyone here is fine. You were the only one who almost lost to it. Chun Xiang cursed in his heart. The other people were fine. It was because she did not concentrate her attacks on others, but had instead used all her strength on him. It had been 2 hours, and Chun Xiang still hadn't started. Feng Yujie's progress, on the other hand, was extremely smooth because she was currently in a very good mood and was displaying it very well. Got it. Chun Xiang finally found a way out of the heavenly alchemy. I wonder if this soul lock technique will work. I can only try it out now. Chun Xiang immediately understood the incantation he had found and then began to circulate it silently. Chun Xiang suddenly closed his eyes, but he was not refining pills, which caught his attention, as Chun Xiang had been staring at her the whole time, but now he was staring at her instead, as if he was training. Refining dragon blood Saint Dan was also something that Chun Xiang was an expert at. If it wasn't for the fact that Feng Yujie would secretly trick him, he had a 100% assurance that he could defeat Feng Yujie. Refining dragon blood Saint Dan was also something that Chun Xiang was an expert at. If it wasn't for the fact that Feng Yujie would secretly trick him, he had a 100% assurance that he could defeat Feng Yujie. As long as he could resist Feng Yujie's enticing power, he would be able to defeat her quickly. The soul lock art can stabilize one's mind and prevent one's mind from being affected by external forces. Beneath Chun Xiang's soul in the divine sense sea, a set of Taiji Array S suddenly appeared. This is Taiji Protector. I have already activated the soul lock art and am currently protecting my mind. Chun Xiang was finally going to start refining. Waving his hand, 10 blood ginseng floated into the pill furnaces, and like refining Tianqin Dan, he released the Chuangzhao fire, used the Tai Chi Ji, depurification, and started refining the blood ginseng. Just like before, when he used Yanlong furnace and the 9 magic method furnace S to refine pellets. Everyone could also see the changes happening inside clearly from the magic method furnace. Now I am going to refine Dragon Blood Saint Dan with all my might. In order to catch up with Feng Yujie, Chun Xiang had immediately released a strong innate ability. The originally ordinary flames suddenly turned into a silver-white color, wrapping the blood ginseng inside the pill furnace. It was the pure dragon blood qi inside the blood ginseng. The blood contract continued to spill and floated upwards, converging at the top of the pill furnace. It slowly rotated and turned into a small cyclone that emitted a weak red light. Other than that, in order to condense more pills, Chun Xiang had also secretly added a bit of the power of the alive slain method, which could duplicate a bit of the blood qi. This way, he would be able to Serpa S's limits and condense even more pills. Seeing how fierce Chun Xiang was from the beginning, with just a slight burn, he was able to turn the Dragon Blood Saint Dan into blood qi. Feng Yujie was shocked. She could already tell that Chun Xiang was still hiding his strength, and Chun Xiang did not use that silver flame previously. Feng Yujie blinked and gave Chun Xiang a flirtatious glance. At that moment, Chun Xiang's body trembled and he almost lost his consciousness. So powerful! Chun Xiang never thought that after using the soul lock art, he would actually almost be defeated. He had just learned the soul lock technique and hadn't mastered it enough, so his defensive power was limited. In order to avoid being disturbed by Feng Yujie while he was refining the pills, Chun Xiang immediately used the power of the spatial laws to form a spatial barrier that enveloped himself and the 10 pill furnaces. This way, Feng Yujie's charm attack wouldn't be able to penetrate his spatial barrier and would become much weaker. Feng Yujia's charm attack was extremely strange. Previously, Qin Xiang thought that it was a spiritual attack, but after he released the spatial barrier, he realized that Feng Yujie did not immediately use his divine power to attack him, but could continue to disturb his state of mind. A spatial barrier can still have some effect. At the very least, that sort of power isn't that great. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was under Feng Yujie's continuous attacks, but under his spatial barrier and the defense of his soul lock art, that kind of bewitching attack did not disturb Qin Xiang from refining the pellet. This kid actually found a way to defend himself in such a short amount of time. He's really amazing. Feng Yujie thought and clenched his teeth. Just when Qin Xiang was relieved, Feng Yujie suddenly took off her pink veil, revealing her beautiful and alluring face, which could captivate the soul. When he saw Feng Yujie's complete appearance, Qin Xiang almost couldn't breathe. It wasn't because he was bewitched by Feng Yujie's beauty, but that face was simply too bizarre. The unceasing bewitching power could penetrate S.P.A.C. and directly attack his mind. Feng Yujie was indeed very beautiful, and could be said to be even more beautiful than LV Qilian and Su Meiyao who were at the side. But even so, it was simply impossible to confuse Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang had seen a lot of beauties in the past few years, and there were also quite a few absolute beauties who were on good terms with him, so he would not be confused by the other party's beauty. Right now, it was mainly on Feng Yujie's beautiful face that there was a special kind of power. The moment Feng Yujie took off the veil, Qin Xiang's 10-pill furnaces started to tremble, and Qin Xiang felt a very strong and strange energy suddenly rush. Plussing towards him. Eyes. Qin Xiang immediately closed his eyes. He felt that Feng Yujie's face must contain some kind of mysterious power that was hard to explain. He then used her beautiful eyes to guide him. Anyone who was stared at by her would be attacked by her strongest charm. When Su Meiyao saw that Feng Yujie had revealed her true appearance and used her most charming power to attack Qin Xiang, he realized that Feng Yujie was very focused on winning or losing. But this was not because of face. If it was because of a face issue, Feng Yujie would not do such a shameless action. It was clear that it was for another reason. No one present was stupid. They immediately understood that there must be some sort of bet between Feng Yujie and him, but they did not say it out loud. Qin Xiang, who had his eyes closed, started to tremble. He looked extremely uncomfortable, but Feng Yujie did not seem to have the intention of stopping, because she could not lose. The soul lock art is also useless. Qin Xiang's mind surfaced dozens of Feng Yujie's thin clothes. Their entire bodies were naked, and they twisted their chubby bodies that were drenched in thin clothes, dancing in a kind of enchanting dance that would make people intoxicated if they saw it. The evil desire in Qin Xiang's heart was constantly being throbbed and crazily magnified. In order to prevent himself from collapsing, he was using an extremely extreme method to suppress it. Now he understood why a person like Jiangsheng would bow down under the Mei Emperor's dress all those years ago. Now he had also experienced the power of this charm, and it was truly difficult for one to control it. This charm power must have entered through my eyes. Although I only took a glance, it has already entered into my soul. This is a power that will be tricked the moment I see it. Serpa. S. Sing the boundary of S, P, A, C, and time. Qin Xiang tried his best to maintain his calm, and at the same time controlled the pill furnace to stabilize, and A lies the powerful charm power of Feng Yujie. As long as he had seen Feng Yujie's face, no matter how much time passed, said as long as Feng Yujie was near him and worked, he would be confused. Because from the moment he saw Feng Yujie's face, the charming power of Feng Yujie had already been deeply branded in his mind. Not only him, but everyone else had as well. Before, Feng Yujie had also said that if Qin Xiang wanted to see her appearance, he would only harm himself. If you admit defeat, I will immediately stop. Feng Yujie's voice echoed in Qin Xiang's mind. She was also worried that if this continued, Qin Xiang would get damaged. "We will never admit defeat." Chen Xiang responded, and even laughed wildly, making it hard for Feng Yujie to understand. Chen Xiang continued to endure, but he continued to randomly circulate the heavenly alchemy. This actually made him feel better. At least he did not immediately collapse. Feng Yujie clenched her teeth and continued to work hard at Qin Xiang. Originally, she thought that Chen Xiang would not be able to hold on for long, and that all the pill furnaces would be blown up. But who knew where the 10 pill furnaces were after an hour? In order to deal with Qin Xiang, Feng Yujie had to slow down his pace of refining pills. At this moment, the two were not only competing on pill refining, but also competing on soul. Time slowly said night and day alternated, and very quickly a day had said. The crowd by the side transmitted their voices to each other. They did not expect the pill refining compet 1 Tian to turn out like this, but they admired Qin Xiang's perseverance to last so long. Even Feng Yujie had to admit that Qin Xiang's perseverance was terrifying. She had heard from Su Meiyao and the other Jiao daughters that Qin Xiang was an extremely lecherous little demon, but when she used her beautiful illusions to attack him, he did not seem to be distracted at all. Instead, he managed to endure it and blamed Su Meiyao and the others silently, because Qin Xiang was not as shameless as she had imagined. Qin Xiang only needed to continuously circulate the heavenly alchemy's spirit refinement scripture to allow him to constantly stabilize his mind. However, this could only prevent him from being defeated by Feng Yujie. If he were to continue refining the pill, he would have to work even harder. Boundless spirit refinement. Qin Xiang used the infinite refining and the daily training method to cultivate his own soul and keep it in an active and constantly increasing state. His goal was to refine the charm imprint that Feng Yujie had branded in his soul so that he would not be able to escape from Feng Yujie's charm power. However, this was not that easy. After trying for several hours, he was only able to gradually stabilize his mind. He was still closing his eyes, but it was not as uncomfortable as before. It was just that he was still sweating profusely. It seems like there's no other way to get rid of her at this point. I can only continue on like this. Qin Xiang's mind still held all sorts of flirtatious thoughts of Feng Yujie. This had appeared in the deepest part of his heart that was the hardest to defend against, a place that attracted the flames of evil in the depths of his heart, wanting to ignite it and cause him to collapse. But now, Qin Xiang could only continue to suppress the flames and at the same time concoct pills. He knew that if he persevered, he would definitely not be able to suppress it, so he changed his strategy. As long as he could refine 10 batches of Dragon Blood Saint Dan, it would be the end. In the bottom of Feng Yujie's heart, he was still wondering when Qin Xiang would be tortured to the point of collapse. But then he realized that the silver fire bee, ALLS, in the 9 magic method furnace suddenly released waves after waves of blood-red fog. Qin Xiang had actually started. The blood mist within the silver ball of fire leaked out at an extremely fast speed. This was the result of Qin Xiang exhausting all of his ability and urging the flames to quickly refine the blood ginseng. Under the silver flames, the rotation of the Taiji array became faster and faster, and many spirit grain appeared. The blood mist that leaked out from the spirit grain covered the silver fireball, and like a tornado, it quickly gathered at the upper layer of the furnace. Qin Xiang had been tormented by Feng Yujie for an entire day and night, causing him to slow down his concocting speed. However, he was still struggling to hold on and keep the blood ginseng from being burned by the silver flames. No, I have to increase my power. If Feng Yujie didn't have to use her charm power to deal with Qin Xiang, she would refine Dragon Blood Saint Dan very quickly. You have no chance. Qin Xiang felt that Feng Yujie's charm was gradually increasing. When he suddenly roared, the 9 magic method furnaces' blood light suddenly erupted. In that short moment, everyone could see the silver flames fiercely strengthen, and then wildly enter the blood ginseng's body, exploding outwards. The expanded blood ginseng turned into pure medicine aura and gathered at the upper layer of the pill furnace. It instantly turned into a cyclone and then was quickly split into 3B, ALLS, 3 pills. Elvision could not help but shout in shock. Feng Yujie also saw that Chen Xiang's 9 magic method furnace had 3 glowing dragon blood St. Danas. All of these happened very quickly. She never thought that Chen Xiang, who had been distracted by her all this while, would suddenly refine the dragon blood St. Dan after stubbornly resisting for a period of time. Feng Yujie also saw that Chen Xiang's 9 magic method furnace had 3 glowing dragon blood St. Danas. All of these happened very quickly. She never thought that Chen Xiang, who had been distracted by her all this while, would suddenly refine the dragon blood St. Dan after stubbornly resisting for a period of time. All of these things were done in an instant, so fast that Feng Yujie did not even have time to react. Aside from that, condensing 3 dragon blood St. Danas was similarly shocking, because Feng Yujie's own limit was also only 2 of them. Feng Yujie retracted her charm attack, causing Chen Xiang to instantly relax, and his face revealed a pleased smile. Twice, Feng Yujie lost so thoroughly, especially this time. She even used some underhanded methods, but she couldn't win against Chen Xiang at all. You win. Feng Yujie bit her lower lip and snorted. She was still refining her dragon blood St. Dan, and had admitted his defeat twice, so the judge who was invited did not need to give any evaluation. After 2 hours, Feng Yujie managed to condense the pellet successfully. She was able to refine 2 dragon blood St. Dan per furnace, and the quality was also not bad. The reason why Chen Xiang came to the Divine Feather Holy Nations was to see Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, and now that he had met them, and even defeated Feng Yujie, it could be said that the harvest on this trip was extremely plentiful. Seeing that Feng Yujie's beautiful face revealed a trace of fear, Chen Xiang laughed and sent a sound transmission to him. I'll let you fulfill your promise in a while. Don't worry, I'm very gentle. Humph. Furthermore, there was still a contract, and Feng Yujie could not go back on his words. Seeing the mischievous smile on Chen Xiang's face, Feng Yujie knew that Chen Xiang would not show mercy at that time. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were still staying here. Although they were strong now, they were still unable to defeat the Mei Emperor. They were now the targets of the Mei Emperor, so they had to stay and raise their strength. Chun Xiang, LV Zhen, and the others chatted for a while before they returned to Yuming Deep Abyss. Little scoundrel, are you really going to take that Feng Yujie away? Long Shui laughed. Aren't you afraid that Sister Meiyao and the others will scold you to death? Chun Xiang said, I'm not that stupid. Before I figure out Feng Yujie's true ident. 1. Tai, I didn't bother to touch her, but when she seduced me previously, I really wanted to eat her. Feng Yujie is indeed mysterious, but she is not a bad person. At the very least, she treats Sister Meiyao and the others very well. Just that she is a little mischievous. Long Shui laughed. Chun Xiang, Chi S, H, I, Plus, and Jiang Sheng would arrive not long after he returned. Do you have the whereabouts of the Ice Emperor? When Chen Xiang returned, he was full of anger. He had long wanted to kill 1 or 2 strong of Lord Stages Hupartic. 1. P. aided in the attack on Evil Dragon Graveyard. Yes, they have all entered the Chaos Realm. It is said that their people in the Chaos Realm have sent back news, and something's appeared in the Chaos Realm, so they have all rushed over. Chies, H.I. Plus said, they have all gone to the Chaos Realm. Isn't this the best time for us to attack them? Long Shui came out of the ring and said in surprise, this is definitely not the best time. After they return, they must have prepared a good plan to defend you. If we attack their holy nations, the forces they left behind will be able to resist us for a period of time. Then they can quickly return. Jiang Xing shook his head. Huang Jintian said, To capture the thief, we should first capture the king. Why not also enter the Chaos Realm and kill all those great emperors inside one by one? Then go back and take off their holy nations. Furthermore, an important treasure has appeared in the Chaos Realm. We must go and take a look. Even if we cannot obtain it, we cannot let them obtain it. Qi S, H, I, plus, and Jiang Xing agreed with what Huang Jintian said. Qin Xiang considered for a moment, then nodded. All right, we will enter Chaos Realm right now. I also want to go in and see what's so miraculous about it. Then let's go now. Jiang Xing took out his boat and they entered inside. He controlled the boat to quickly fly away from Yu Ming deep abyss. Have you guys explored the profound, cold, ancient realm during this period of time? Chun Xiang asked. There should be many secrets hidden inside. I've been there. I almost couldn't come back that time. Qi S, H, I, plus immediately said with a trace of lingering fear on his face. What's going on? Long Shui had rarely seen Qi S, H, I, plus this scared. There are many powerful evil spirits sealed in an area inside. After I did not want to enter that area, I was surrounded by those evil spirits, and then I hid in the east for over a year before finding the exit. When Qi S, H, I, plus thought back to this moment, his heart still palpitated with fear. I suspect that those evil spirits were formed from the deities who died in there back then. They're guarding that mysterious area, and I think there's something inside. That area was also covered by an extremely powerful divine technique. After entering, one would be able to leave, but it was extremely difficult. None of those evil spirits were able to leave that divine seal. Huang Jintian asked, Are those evil spirits the same as the ones in Night Devil H, ELL? It's not the same. The Night Devil H, EL, Ls are very weak. However, those evil spirits in the profound, cold, ancient realm can kill me in an instant. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm lucky, I might not even have had the chance to go to H, ELL. Qin Xiang asked, Why are you going to the profound, cold, ancient realm? It's all because someone dug out a lot of good stuff during that period of time. They're all things that only the DS realm have, and I know that there are a lot of things inside that can make people stronger, so I went deeper in to take a look. Who would have thought that it would be so deadly? Qi S, H, I, plus sighed. This has already been going on for thousands of years. I don't dare go again. If you want to go, you better prepare well. Jiang Sheng controlled the boat and quickly flew to the entrance of the Chaos Realm. Just as they were about to enter, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked them. Feng Yujie knew that this was Jiang Sheng's boat and that Qin Xiang was inside. Don't go in, Feng Yujie shouted. Why can't I enter? The emperors of the holy nations have already entered to search for treasures. We cannot be left behind. Jiang Sheng said, I just got the news that this Chaos Realm is about to close soon. Once it closes, this Chaos Realm will be completely destroyed. Feng Yujie frowned. Is this true? Xiang Yue and Qian Qian are still inside. Qin Xiang immediately became anxious. For Feng Yujie to suddenly appear and stop them, it was definitely not because he had nothing to do. I've already found them inside. They are already on their way back. Feng Yujie said, Don't worry, many people have already left. The 10 great holy nations' emperor will be out soon. As long as you are inside, you can feel the unstable SPAC. Qin Xiang was extremely confused. Didn't this Chaos Realm just appear? It's going to be destroyed so soon? Qin Xiang was extremely confused. Didn't this Chaos Realm just appear? It's going to be destroyed so soon? As Di Tian continued to grow stronger, he would need to absorb the energy from many of these kinds of worlds to become stronger. Not long later, even the endless heaven realm would be devoured, not to mention this little world from before the ancient era. Feng Yujie seemed to understand these things very well. If the Chaos Realm is destroyed, it means that the Chaos Realm cannot continue existing due to the power of Di Tian. In a few more years, the other heavenly realms will end up the same as the Chaos Realm, having their energy sucked dry by Dtion and then swallowed. Chi plus asked, didn't treasures just appear inside? Why is it about to be destroyed? Isn't this because of the unstable energy inside the Chaos Realm? Originally it was sealed, but now it is very dangerous. If you don't grasp the timing properly, the Chaos Realm will perish along with you. Feng Yujie said, "It's best if you all don't go in. It's really very dangerous." Chun Xiang looked at the entrance that looked like a gigantic black curtain and sighed. "Looks like I'm not fated to meet this Chaos Realm." "So what are you still doing here?" "Were you waiting for us?" Huang Jintian asked. "Of course not. I'm just waiting here for the moment Chaos Realm is destroyed." Just as Feng Yujie finished speaking, 10 figures suddenly flew out from inside, as though there were dozens of rays of light shooting out. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the distance. It's 10 great holy nations and the rest. They all came out. Looks like they know about the situation inside. Feng Yujie said. Chun Xiang looked at the group of holy nations emperors and snorted. "Why are you running so fast? I don't have any plans to kill you yet." At this time, the Chaos Realm door began to shrink and shrink. Waves of berserk energy and rumbling sounds came out from inside continuously. "It's starting," Feng Yujie said. "Once this Chaos Realm is destroyed, it means that something bad is about to happen." "What's wrong?" Huang Jintian anxiously asked. Everyone knew of Feng Yujie's mysteriousness, and now everyone was able to tell. Feng Yujie definitely knew a lot of things. Chaos Realm was a primitive world before the appearance of the 9-heaven world in the past. It should have been called the Primal Chaos Realm, but it is now getting smaller and smaller. You should know the reason why, right? Feng Yujie looked at the entrance that was unceasingly erupting with violent energy. Chi plus said, "This is because the 9-heaven world is becoming more and more powerful, especially Dtion, who is already far stronger than many of the heavenly realms." That's right, the destruction of the Chaos Realm is equivalent to being completely swallowed, and the next step is for the Endless Heaven Realm S. Do you think that the GODS above the GODS realm will just sit back and do nothing? Now, it is time for them to discuss on how to handle this 9-heaven world. Feng Yujie said, "Could it be that the GODS realm is going to intervene and suppress the growth of the 9-heaven world?" Jiangxing said, "What kind of method will they use? Destroy the 9-heaven world?" Feng Yujie shook his head. "It's already too late, because the 9-heaven world and the GODS realm are already linked. Once the 9-heaven world is destroyed, the entire GODS realm will become extremely unstable, and even HEL will probably not be spared." "How do you know that the 9-heaven world and the GODS realm are connected?" Huang Jintian asked. This was something no one expected. The Chaos Realm's door had already disappeared, leaving only the berserk energy aura floating around. Feng Yujie sighed. "It's progressing bit by bit. If the Chaos Realm was destroyed, the Endless Heaven Realm would also be annexed very soon. I'm not afraid to tell you that the reason the group of GODS established the 9-heaven world back then was to eliminate the existing GODS realm. So there's the existence of the 9-heaven Devil Palace?" Chun Xiang took out a Chaos Fire token. It was something to summon the 9-heaven Devil Palace. Feng Yujie immediately looked at the Chaos Fire token in Chun Xiang's hands and nodded. The GODS above GODS realm thought that with the death of the group of 9 heavens GODS 9-heaven world would not have been able to achieve anything. Not to mention that the most important person in 9-heaven world back then, Dtion, was destroyed. But who would have thought that when that group of 9 heavens GODS created the 9-heaven world, they had put in a lot of effort and even blended themselves into this 9-heaven world. So the 9-heaven world had always been operating quietly, gathering energy, and suddenly strengthening a while ago. Furthermore, a large half of the S.P.A.C. had already fused with the G.O.D.S. realm. Huang, Jintian anxiously took out their ancestral book and recorded all of these important things. So you're saying, once the 9 heaven world is destroyed, a gap will appear in the G.O.D.S. realm? H.I. Plus also felt that the situation was serious. This was because for all these years the reason why H.E.L. Devil Emperor could not use too much of his power in the 9 heaven world was because of the restrictions imposed by the G.O.D.S. realm. Seeing the serious look on Qin Xiang and the others' faces, Feng Yujie chuckled and said, "It's not as scary as you think. All divine palaces would not be so rash as to let H.L. Devil Emperor do whatever he wants here. To the many G.O.D.S. in all divine palaces, this 9 heaven world is a good place, as long as they are not stupid. They would know that we have to occupy a piece of land here, and not let H.L. Devil Emperor come here to destroy it." Long Shui said, "Does the G.O.D.S. realm's influence have to extend to here?" Feng Yujie nodded his head and said, "It's very possible, but they are still a group of people with more rules, so they shouldn't be able to disturb the original order of this place. After the 9 heaven world becomes strong, excellent G.O.D.S. will also be born in the future. For the G.O.D.S. realm's divine hall, this is a pretty good resource." "How do you know so much?" Qin Xiang suddenly asked. "I just know. What can you do about it?" Feng Yujie stuck her tongue out at Qin Xiang. Her current appearance was already covered, and was only used to cover up her ordinary face. Long Shui said to Qin Xiang in a low voice, "I'll go to the Hundreds of Flowers Palace to look for Menger and the rest. I won't be with you for the time being." Long Shui did this to give Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie S.P.A.C. to talk alone. Only in this way would Feng Yujie be able to talk more. H.I. Plus and the others also realized something, and immediately said that they had something to do and wanted to leave. Very quickly, only Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie was left. "It's time to keep your promise." Qin Xiang chuckled. Are you really going to do that to people?" Feng Yujie bit her lower lip with a bitter face as she spoke softly. She had actually acted like a spoiled child. "Well, you can only blame yourself for seducing me so. Now I close my eyes and my mind is filled with the wet dance of your legs, your B-R-E-A-S-T-S, and your big, perky A-S-S. Qin Xiang laughed even more. Feng Yujie felt a wave of bashfulness. She knew perfectly well how she had seduced Qin Xiang, and she also knew very well that her seductive powers were very strong. It was impossible for Qin Xiang to not think of her. Qin Xiang laughed. "Since we have already signed the agreement, it will always be valid. I remember that in order to prevent me from reneging on my words, the contract was extremely harsh. Even the winning side could not give it up." "That's right, but you just need to lock me up in the secret room for 2 hours. If you don't do anything, you'll be able to paw S through, or you can even touch me a little. You can stop being like me." Feng Yujie looked at Qin Xiang with a pitiful gaze. "If I know my wrongs, then let me go." "If I let you go, what will I do? You should be clear about the depth of the poison you have inflicted on me. Unless you can help me get rid of your enticing power, I will be the only one suffering." Qin Xiang also had a pitiful look on his face. Feng Yujie bit her red lips. At that time, in order to allow herself to win, she had indeed lost her mind, and the seductive power she used on Qin Xiang was extremely powerful, and had already been deeply branded in the place where Qin Xiang's soul was the deepest. It could be said that every so often she would act up again and again, and at that time, Qin Xiang would be tormented by that sort of evil desire. There was still a need for someone else to remove the bell, so it was not unreasonable for Qin Xiang to be so certain of her. "Can you give me some time? I'll think of a way to help you." "At that time, even if you don't do that to me, I can still deal with it. How about I make Mei Yao be with you, so that when you are in a difficult situation, Feng Yujie was unable to continue. All right, I'll give you a bit of time. I am a reasonable person to begin with. Chen Xiang laughed. But you have to be quick, you should know. This mental poison is not something that Sister Meiyao can cure, so I will endure for a while. Hearing Chen Xiang's words, Feng Yujie was immediately happy and anxiously smiled gently. You're really a good man. It's not as bad as what Sister Meiyao says. In a while, Big Sis will definitely help you get rid of all these. After saying this, Feng Yujie felt that something was amiss and asked softly, Are you really the kind to let me go just like that? I keep feeling that what you're doing is really stupid, that the ducks close to your mouth will just be let go like that. Feng Yujie was full of confidence in herself, and she had bewitched Chen Xiang before. So even now, Chen Xiang was still suffering from her bewitching power, even if Chen Xiang wanted to do something to her. She couldn't say anything, and could only grit her teeth and endure. I told you I'm not that kind of person. Chen Xiang curled his lips and said, If you want, then let's quickly find a place to settle this matter. I don't really care anyway. Feng Yujie's background was very mysterious, so Chen Xiang decided to figure out her background first. Furthermore, if Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were to know of this matter, he would definitely find it very troublesome in the future, because they would already treat Feng Yujie as their own mother. All right, I promise you, sister. As long as it's only 1 year, I won't be able to help you get rid of the charm power in your soul. At that time, I'll use myself to help you deal with it. Feng Yujie was very grateful to see Chen Xiang giving her the chance to speak so easily. Therefore, she praised him by saying that he would make such an alluring promise. Chen Xiang's current situation was not as serious as Feng Yujie had imagined. As long as the seal did not work on Chen Xiang, he could use the spirit lock technique inside the heavenly alchemy to easily stabilize his mind and not be affected by her faintly discernible charm power. Chen Xiang's current situation was not as serious as Feng Yujie had imagined. As long as the seal did not work on Chen Xiang, he could use the spirit lock technique inside the heavenly alchemy to easily stabilize his mind and not be affected by her faintly discernible charm power. It was just that Feng Yujie did not have such a strong soul lock technique like Chen Xiang did, which was why she had mistaken Chen Xiang's situation as very bad. Thinking back to it now, she felt that she had gone too far and felt extremely guilty. Aunt Feng, you seem to understand the matters above G. Oh, DS realm very well. Have you ever stayed up there before? Chen Xiang had already suspected this a long time ago. But what made him even more suspicious was that Feng Yujie was probably a ranker who could have entered the DS realm a long time ago. I won't tell you. Seeing that she avoided the question, Chen Xiang was sure that this Feng Yujie came down from DS realm. Moreover, he had come down here a long time ago. Chen Xiang curled his lips and said, So petty. Feng Yujie suddenly pulled Chen Xiang along and flew him to a direction where there was a large piece of ancient forest. Along the way, Chen Xiang asked a few questions, but Feng Yujie didn't even answer them. They continued to fly for more than 2 hours before finally stopping. At this moment, they were at the bottom of a mountain in the depths of the forest. What did you bring me here for? Chen Xiang looked around at the towering mountains. The mountains here were all chaotic mountainous, and he had been to this forest before. Didn't you want to know something about me? I brought you here and told you. Feng Yujie said, Can't you just send me a sound transmission? Chen Xiang laughed. There's no need to come to this kind of place. There's no need to be alone. Feng Yujie scoffed, and her expression became serious. That's because I have something that I want to show you, and that thing cannot be seen by others. She extended her jade-like palm with a transparent pearl on it. It didn't seem to be some kind of mysterious object. What is this thing? There's nothing special about it. Just as Chen Xiang finished speaking, the transparent pearl started to SHI+NE, and there was a silvery white glow inside. In the center of the pearl, there was even a sliver of flickering silver flames. Do you feel that it's a little familiar? Feng Yujie said in a low voice, Now you know what this is." The silver light that the pearl emitted became brighter and brighter, and Chen Xiang also felt a very strange burning sensation. This burning sensation was not because his body was being burned, but because of his soul. Just being struck by this silver light made one feel as though their soul was being roasted. This is a Chuangzhao fire. Chen Xiang also opened his palm, releasing a small silver flame that looked exactly like the one inside the pearl. It was just that the flames Chen Xiang released trembled for a few moments, then immediately extinguished. Back then, a large portion of the lives and energies of Nine Heaven World and the endless heaven realm were burned out by this flame. As for mine, this is the primal chaos fire soul, which is also my life's fire soul. Feng Yujie put away the pearl and said in a low voice, "That pearl from earlier was my life's divine deity." "What?" Qin Xiang said in surprise. Feng Yujie could actually casually take out his own divine deity. "Why would I lie to you? Do you know how powerful I am now?" Feng Yujie saw Qin Xiang's surprised expression and chuckled. "Don't think about bullying me." Qin Xiang said snappily, "I've always been bullied by you, but I've never said anything and I've always let you go. Also, right now, you haven't told me where you're from." Feng Yujie lightly tapped Qin Xiang's head and laughed. "You idiot, you still can't guess my ident. 1. Tai, it's already very obvious." Qin Xiang thought about it, then shook his head. He really could not figure out where Feng Yujie came from. "The fact that I possess the primal chaos fire soul shows that I am extremely skilled in controlling this type of flame." Feng Yujie chuckled. "I've given you a hint now. You should be able to guess it." With this hint, Qin Xiang thought for a bit. Then her face became startled as she looked at Feng Yujie, who was giggling. "One of the creators of the Nine Heaven World." Qin Xiang was stunned for a long time before shouting in shock. This was something he had never thought of before, and if it was really so, then what kind of ident? 1. Tai did the Mei Emperor have? Feng Yujie stuck out her tongue and laughed. "Did I get scared? Actually, I am not really one of the creators. I was just a little girl in Nine Heaven Divine Palace back then." Qin Xiang said, "Then what about Mei Emperor? Didn't you say that she came to this world together with you?" "That's right. We weren't born in a normal way. I've told you before that I was born in the same crystal ball as you. It's just that she was born in a black crystal ball, and the ones that created us are the Nine Heavens Divine Palace." Feng Yujie sighed. "Mei Ming Yanjing and I are not finished products. We are just existences that were discovered. But that group of DS treated us very well and treated us like disciples and trained us, and when we possessed decent strength, they would bring us to create this world. And at that time, I would have already grasped the Chuangzhao fire and would have helped a lot. It was only then that we realized that I had heavily injured her, causing her to sleep for a very long time. However, when she woke up, she had caught up to the incident at Ten Heaven's Supreme Lord, and because of some things I was unable to stop her, and that caused the destruction of Di Tian. At that time, my masters and the others' plan failed, so I never thought that Di Tian would be reborn, and that it would be so perfect." Recalling the past, Feng Yujie's expression was complicated. The emotions of happiness, sadness, longing, and loneliness all suddenly surfaced in his heart. Qin Xiang still did not believe him, and shook his head. "Didn't that group of DS all die inside the Nine Heaven Devil Palace?" "That's right." Feng Yujie lamented. "Only I survived. Even to this day, I still don't understand why before they died, they used all their power to send me out of the Nine Heaven Devil Palace. They exhausted the last of their strength and sent me out. However, I also had a hidden disease at that time, and I'm much better now." Qin Xiang stared at Feng Yujie. If what Feng Yujie said was true, then Feng Yujie was a genuine and powerful Des. "I can't believe it. Doesn't that mean the Mei Emperor is very powerful?" Qin Xiang suddenly started to worry. There was such a powerful woman causing trouble in the Nine Heaven World. This was a disaster. Qin Xiang thought back to something that Elvigen had mentioned before. It was that the cultivation methods Feng Yujie and the Mei Emperor used were all very rare in the GODS realm, and they were all very dangerous, because the two of them had been instructed by the ninth heaven Geode since they were young. Chun Xiang thought back to something that Elvigen had mentioned before. It was that the cultivation methods Feng Yujie and the Mei Emperor used were all very rare in the GODS realm, and they were all very dangerous, because the two of them had been instructed by the ninth heaven GOD since they were young. You still won't believe me. Feng Yujie looked at Chun Xiang's suspicious face and laughed. Of course I don't believe it. The reason why I'm here is because that group of 9 heavens GODS created this world back then, and you also partook. 1 P aided in it. Doesn't that mean that my existence is related to you? Feng Yujie immediately let out a string of light and delicate laughter. Yeah, you still have to thank me right now, so I might as well accept Mei Yao and the others as my daughter. Feng Yujie pinched Chun Xiang's face. Little brat before. You still had those evil thoughts of mine. Are you afraid now? Humph, wasn't it all because of you enticing me? Why don't you go to the depths of your heart to ask yourself? It's already pretty good that I was able to endure until now. Chun Xiang slapped Feng Yujie's tender jade hands away. In order to further verify that Feng Yujie was one of the GODS that had partook. 1 P aided in the creation of the 9 heaven world. Chun Xiang kept asking for more details. Aunt Feng, you have even told me these things. Aren't you afraid of telling me something even more secret? Chun Xiang asked. Call me big sister, and I'll tell you. Feng Yujie mischievously smiled. Elder sister, you can ask now, right? Chun Xiang even took out a very comfortable big chair for Feng Yujie to sit on. Good girl. Feng Yujie said with an extremely happy smile. Go ahead and ask now. I'll tell you everything I know. You should know about the GOD graveyard, right? My dad is still guarding it right now. This had been a mystery in Chun Xiang's heart for many years. Of course I know. That tomb was built by me. What do you think? Feng Yujie said. I just didn't think that it would actually be your family guarding the tomb. Chun Xiang was immediately dumbstruck. The GOD's tomb was actually made by this GODS who liked to pretend to be young. What exactly is happening? Weren't you still alive? What kind of tomb are you talking about? Chun Xiang had already made many conjectures before, that such a powerful divine tomb was definitely made by an old fellow. My second soul and divine deity are both buried inside, and I almost died. However, there is a dragon vein underneath that, after so many years, I can quickly recover. At that time, I can become even stronger. Feng Yujie said, if I had continued sparring with you at that time, you would have definitely lost to me. That is my true strength. Feng Yujie possessed the second divine soul and divine deity, which meant that she was a GOD. When can my father ever be? Chun Xiang took a deep breath. This Feng Yujie was much stronger than he had imagined. In any case, they are doing very well up there. After all, there is a dragon vein there, and there is also the creative power that I left behind in there. It can produce a large amount of high-level medicine materials, and if they can find some of the divine arts that I left behind, they will definitely become stronger. Feng Yujie said, You are an Empyrean GOD. You are only capable of concocting panacea. You are too weak. Chun Xiang curled his lips. You're so amazing, yet you still lose to a small fry like me. You're too disappointing. That's because I didn't pay too much attention to the Tao of pills, and I don't have much time. I've been recovering from injuries for many years. Feng Yujie pouted and said, Just you wait. One day I will definitely win against you. Once I find the divine medicine, I will be able to refine a divine pill, and when my second soul recovers, I will recover my original strength, and winning against you will be a piece of cake. Chun Xiang laughed out loud. Even if you win against me, what sense of accomplishment do you have? I'm not even a Oh, D, unless I'm also a G. Oh, D who has the same kind of strength as you. Otherwise, even if I lose, I won't feel sad. Feng Yujie puffed her cheeks and scoffed a few times. Also, I want to ask about the 7-dragon sword, as well as the 4 symbols' divine weapons, the azure dragon, and other sacred beasts. Qin Xiang asked. Yes, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and green dragon were all divine beasts from the ancient times of the Geo, DS realm, and were all extremely powerful. However, they were all killed later on, and even the slightly more powerful dragons were all killed as well. The 7-dragon swordess are actually the 9 dragons' holy sword, as well as the poison dragon sword and the jade dragon sword. Feng Yujie was curious, as he knew quite a few things. I have 7 dragons' sword. If that's the case, then I'm still 2 ways off. Poison dragons and jade dragons are extremely rare. I don't know how to gather them all. Qin Xiang now understood why the objects that were displayed were still so blurry when 7 dragons' sword were gathered together. Feng Yujie said, there are 9 divine kings in the 9-heaven divine palace, and they are all very powerful DS back then, when the DS realm was called the 9 divine kings, after those powerful divine beasts were sacred. The 9 of them charged straight into and retrieved all of the 7 spirits and 6 spirits of those divine beasts. In the end, they established the 9-heaven world, and when they gave birth to those divine beasts, they injected all of them into it. In other words, when the first batch of holy beasts first appeared, they all had a past life, but when they created this world, the conditions were very bad, and they were constantly interfered with by external forces, so there was a huge problem. Until now, they have yet to awaken the memories of their past lives, and we originally thought that after they awaken their memories, they would protect this world, make this world stronger, and eventually eliminate the GODS realm. Qin Xiang said, but most of them are still quite united. It could be that they subconsciously urge them to do so. Long Shui, Azure Dragon, Ice Dragon, Chi S, H, I, plus White Tiger and the others. Back then, they were all part of the sacred beast's ancient realm and their relations. H, I, plus P was very good. Qin Xiang took out those Chaos Fire token and said, a long time ago, there was a legend that after all these Chaos Fire token recognized their masters, they would be able to summon out the 9-heaven Devil Palace. So the 9-heaven Devil Palace must still be hiding something. Yes, that's right. Originally, he was going to create 9 Chaos Fire token because he had 9 divine kings. However, due to time, he only refined 7 Chaos Fire token. Feng Yujie received the Chaos Fire token, her jade hands trembling. With tears still in her eyes, 9 divine kings was comparable to her elder brother. Are they really dead? Qin Xiang asked. They call themselves the divine kings. They shouldn't die that easily. I don't know, just don't go in that place. Even if they are still alive, they have already turned into evil spirits. Feng Yujie returned the Chaos Fire token to Qin Xiang and wiped away the tears on his cheeks. Qin Xiang kept the Chaos Fire token and asked while frowning, in the end, who attacked them, D of Fortune. Feng Yujie shook his head. It's not the D of Fortune, the D of Fortune's strength is not enough yet. The DS realm is far bigger than the 9-heaven world, and also much more complicated than what you seem to understand on the surface. Of course, you do not need to know much about DS realm now. If you have the chance to go there in the future, you will be able to experience it for yourself. I will tell you so much mainly because of your good behavior. Feng Yujie stood up and suddenly appeared in front of Qin Xiang in a flash, gently patting Qin Xiang's handsome face and smiled gently. Chaos Realm has already been devoured by the 9-heaven world, so it's definitely going to be difficult for Endless Heaven Realm to survive. Therefore, it won't be long before the various divine halls of the GODS realm send people down here to seize territory. I think that the all-divine palaces up there will begin to release their restrictions to allow a few deities to descend, just like the devil-killing summit. Chen Xiang suddenly grabbed Feng Yujie's hand and rubbed the back of her hand. She laughed sinisterly and pulled her hand back. Sister, you should make a shrine too. I will definitely follow you. Chen Xiang laughed. I don't have that kind of free time on my hands. I have somewhere to go in DS realm. Feng Yujie said. There is a divine female palace in DS realm, and it is filled with women. If they send their people down later, I will be the hall master of the 9 heaven world. Chen Xiang sighed. It's such a pity. Looks like I can only create one divine hall. I've already thought of the name, so I'll call it the slaughtering palace. It's quite domineering. Feng Yujie laughed tenderly. You used to be the dragon subduing school, and now you're even a shrine to the slaughter realm. You always had such a murderous aura around you, so I feel that you should create a shrine focused solely on refining pellets. At present, the DS realm doesn't have one. Refining pills is my main business, killing DS is my side business. Through refining pills, I can become stronger, and at the same time, I can also become a deity's Templar. If there's nothing else to do, I'll make a move on the deity's Templar that I dislike, not as good as the of Fortune and the Fire God. Chen Xiang laughed. Don't worry, I won't do anything to your divine female palace. I will specifically kill that kind of evil God. Feng Yujie tapped Chen Xiang on his forehead with his finger. All you know is to cause trouble every day. If you really do that, penalty heavenly will definitely kill you. It won't be long before the shrine arrives. When the time comes, the emperor of the 10 great holy nations will seek refuge there too. So when the time comes, your dragon vein will be controlled by multiple shrines. I've told you so much just so that you can pay attention to it. Chen Xiang replied, I'm not afraid. The dragon fountain is mine to begin with. If I can't get it, no one can. I don't care what kind of divine hall it is. In that case, you're going to have to contend with the shrines now. Feng Yujie was very worried about this. Chen Xiang nodded. I'm not a soft persimmon. Feng Yujie sighed lightly. When my second divine soul completely recovers, I will give you the dragon vein for the divine tomb. That way, you won't have to contend with those divine halls anymore. Chen Xiang shook his head. Even if you give it to me, those fellows would definitely come to ATCH it away. When the time comes, I will also have to clash with them. In 9 heaven world, who didn't know that the dragon vein belonged to me? Chen Xiang. Now that the dragon subduing school has been forced to disband, the dragon vein has been seized, and I have already returned. To this day, I have not made a single movement. Others might think that I am afraid. They might think that I am afraid of the 10 great holy nations, but I am not afraid. After Chen Xiang learned so much from Feng Yujie, he had already decided that no matter what, he would have to do something. Right now, it was the best opportunity to deal with the 10 great holy nations. And if this continued, when the all-divine palaces sends people down to take care of the holy nations, it would not be that easy for him to make a move against them. After Chen Xiang learned so much from Feng Yujie, he had already decided that no matter what, he would have to do something. Right now, it was the best opportunity to deal with the 10 great holy nations. And if this continued, when the all-divine palaces sends people down to take care of the holy nations, it would not be that easy for him to make a move against them. Seeing Chen Xiang's resolute expression, Feng Yujie could tell that he was already prepared to take action. If the all-divine palaces comes to a conclusion, once the restrictions on the 9 heaven world are lifted, many shrines will send down their deities. At that time, you'll have to restrain yourself a little, and those deities will be hard to deal with. Feng Yujie sighed. Are you going back now? Chen Xiang suddenly thought of something and asked, If you go back, can you help me check on my father's condition? No problem, come find me in a while. Seeing Chen Xiang turning around, Feng Yujie suddenly grabbed Chen Xiang's arm. took out a golden talisman and stuffed it into Qin Xiang's hands. In times of crisis, it might be useful to you. Be careful. Feng Yujie smiled at Qin Xiang and stuck out his tongue. This was a divine talisman, and previously, when Qin Xiang was at divine prison, he had been given one by Yufan. So the effect was very good, but the one that Feng Yujie gave him now seemed to be much better than the one that Yufan gave him. Thank you, elder sister. Qin Xiang laughed and kept it. Feng Yujie warned once again, then floated away. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. Only the enchanting fragrance on her body remained. Qin Xiang then took out the divine talisman that Feng Yujie had given him earlier and looked carefully at the spirit grain on it. The talisman was bright gold, as if it was gold leaf, and with one look, one could tell that it was stronger than Yufan's. In the future, we have to let the elder sister Menger and Xian Xian study how to refine these things. It would be good for us to refine more of these things to protect ourselves. Qin Xiang kept the divine talisman, then opened a spatial passageway. After stepping in, he arrived outside a city with tall walls. The place Qin Xiang came to was the original evil dragon graveyard. It was just that the evil dragon great formation had already been destroyed, and the 10 great holy nations had constructed a great holy city on top of it. If he wanted to obtain the qualifications to enter and leave the city at any time, he had to pay 5 million kilograms of holy stone S. The great saint city was located on top of a dragon vein, and the Holy Spirit chi inside it was extremely dense. If it was directly absorbed, it would be like absorbing the Holy Spirit chi inside a holy stone. Qin Xiang still had the H-E-L, Devil Emperor's tracing mantra on him, but because Qin Xiang was stronger, the H-E-L, Devil Emperor had temporarily slowed down in her pursuit of Qin Xiang. H-E-L, Devil Emperor had planned to send people down from DS realm to deal with Qin Xiang after all divine palaces had released the restrictions. However, at that time he would also be quite competent. 1. Tive, because he was not the only one who wanted to capture Qin Xiang and get his hands on the heavenly alchemy. The D of Fortune would already be involved. Without the H-E-L, Devil Emperor's notification, the Emperor did not know that Qin Xiang was outside the great sage city, and the Yanjing of the 10 great holy nations was also inside the city. Qin Xiang didn't pay 5 million kilograms of holy stone. Using the transformation technique, he turned into a little bug and easily followed a few people inside. After entering, he first went to the transmission array plaza in the city and teleported to Holy Ice Swallow City, where the Ice Emperor was located. Qin Xiang came here by himself. He did not call for Qi S, H, I plus and the others, because when the time came for him to fight, he might use some methods that would have a greater killing range. After arriving at Holy Ice Swallow City, Qin Xiang went straight to the Grand Palace. Holy Ice Imperial Palace looked as if it had been carved on a large expanse of ice, all snow white, the carvings very exquisite. When they approached, the cold aura wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. His defense is too weak. Qin Xiang used his divine power to test the formations protecting the palace. Compared to LV Chilian's hundreds of flowers palace, they were too lacking. Qin Xiang stood at the entrance of the Holy Ice Imperial Palace. At this time, the guards at the entrance also frowned at him, but when they saw him standing there in a daze, they walked over fiercely. The guards were pretty strong. They were all just 9 transformation Saint Masters. The guards wanted to kick Qin Xiang out of the room, but after walking a few steps, they saw a ray of cyan light suddenly appear on Qin Xiang's right hand, followed by a mighty huge blade flash. H-I, plussing out of the cyan light. Seeing the lifelike green dragon above, and hearing the trembling dragon cry, the guards all anxiously retreated. With their strength, of course, they knew what blade it was. It was the powerful green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and the person who possessed it was the original owner of the dragon vein, Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, who had not appeared for more than 5,000 years, suddenly returned, and news of this matter had already spread to or 3 days ago. At that time, the 10 great holy nations had already been on guard against Qinxiang. Because the dragon vein was originally Qinxiang's, it was just that they did not expect him to actually come to the entrance of holy nations' Yanjing imperial palace alone. Qinxiang raised the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword high up, the vast divine power surging and entering into the divine blade, causing it to S-H-I plus any brightly, surging out wave after wave of spirit chi, causing the ground to shake. The raging dragons roared again and again. This dragon fountain is mine. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he chopped down at the ice palace with his blade. A shocking dragon's roar sounded, and the blade energy transformed into a cyan rainbow of light. A cyan light beam rushed out from the blade and instantly turned into a cyan dragon. The dragon's head spewed out bursts of terrifying energy, which swept into the majestic ice palace in front of it. The seemingly STURDY and huge palace door was instantly smashed into pieces. The furious dragon roared, and huge chunks of thick ice continuously flew out from the palace. The enormous and imposing ice palace had only been slashed by Qinxiang, but most of the buildings inside had already been shattered by the powerful blade aura and the furious dragon's roaring sound waves. The interior of the entire ice palace had already been torn into pieces, and most of the tall buildings had collapsed. The biggest hall in the ice palace was also Qinxiang's main target. After being ruthlessly hit by the dragon head made from blade energy, the entire hall was smashed into pieces and like splashes of water from the ground, scattered in all directions. At this moment, the vast capital of the Holy Ice Country was enveloped by the lingering roars of the furious dragons, and the powerful pressure that accompanied the sudden trembling of the capital was even more terrifying. A haze had already drifted over from the skies of the capital of the Holy Ice Country, Flas. H-I plus ing with lightning and with a murderous aura that caused everyone in the city to clearly feel the terrifying killing intent that caused them to find it hard to breathe. A fiery red huge bow appeared in the air above him as he pulled the bowstring. As he pulled the bowstring, flames suddenly spewed out of the bowstring, and as he pulled the bow, a bright and eye-piercing long arrow appeared from the bow as well. There was always a large patch of ice with a pressing cold chi below, but as Chen Xiang pulled on Gong Xian and condensed an arrow, the temperature of the surrounding area suddenly increased, and the ice quickly melted, as streams of water formed and flowed out in all directions. Ice Emperor, come out and die. Don't hide like a turtle. Chen Xiang's roar was like rolling thunder, spreading in all directions and shaking everyone's ears. Swoosh! Chen Xiang loosened his bow, and the fiery red arrow shot out like lightning, striking the collapsed main hall and sinking deep into the ground. Boom! A loud sound came from the ground as cracks appeared in the surrounding thousands of feet radius around the main hall like a spider web. The most terrifying thing was that these cracks were emitting bursts of fire. Boom! 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 Another few loud sounds came from the bottomless crevices, followed by an incomparably intense vibration. One after another, huge rocks were thrown into the air, and those crevices spewed out scorching flames. The entire ice palace was completely destroyed, and the continuous explosions continued to come from the depths. Waves after waves of powerful flame energy surged up from the ground, forming a gigantic fire pillar that shot into the clouds and filled the entire sacred ice country with its intense flames. The huge pillar of fire shot up into the sky, continuously spattering large and small balls of fire. Like a meteor shower, it fell onto the Holy Ice Country. In the blink of an eye, this entire country had been set ablaze. Chen Xiang's flames were sacred flames. Not just anyone could extinguish them. The dragon fountain is mine, Chen Xiang. If you continue to stay on the dragon fountain, no matter who it is, you will be killed without exception. Chen Xiang's ice-cold voice that was filled with heartless killing intent transmitted throughout the entire Holy Ice Country. At this moment, everyone was desperately trying to escape from this place. They were regretting that they had spent so much money to steal the dragon fountain, now that the main culprit had returned and even created such a huge commotion. They had suffered such heavy losses that they didn't even have a place to cry. Qin Xiang! A furious roar resounded like thunder. A bone-piercing cold arrow suddenly appeared from all directions, enveloping Qin Xiang. The Ice Emperor of the Holy Ice Nation had come. Qin Xiang's body trembled, and a set of golden armor appeared on his body. With the protection of the profound Wu diamond armor, the short arrows were immediately destroyed by the protective powers of the divine armor before they could even come close to him. You're finally here. You should spend more time hiding so that you can live a little longer. Don't think that just because you acted like a dog for H.E.L. Devil Emperor you can live forever. Qin Xiang took a step forward and arrived beside Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. He originally controlled the entire sacred ice region and called himself Ice Emperor, and now that he established this sacred ice nation and took over the dragon subduing school, he occupied a position here. You don't even have divine deity. Qin Xiang directly arrived in front of Ice Emperor, and a burst of spatial energy rippled out like water, forming ASPAC domain. You. Ice Emperor suddenly felt that he couldn't move, and was extremely shocked. He had already noticed at this time that Qin Xiang used a very powerful spatial energy to seal him in a very small SPAC. To be able to control such a powerful spatial energy, it must have the strength of a god or the power of laws. This Ice Emperor knew this. No matter which one it was, they were all considered very strong. To be able to control such a powerful spatial energy, it must have the strength of a god or the power of laws. This Ice Emperor knew this. No matter which one it was, they were all considered very strong. Qin Xiang grabbed at the air, only to see Y heart suddenly appearing in his palm. The heart was wrapped in a transparent spatial barrier, and it currently had a very strong life force. Jumping crazily, the heart belonged to the Ice Emperor. Seeing the speed at which the heart was beating, one could tell that the Ice Emperor was terrified. Ice Emperor knew that his heart did not separate from his body. It was only because Qin Xiang used an extremely mysterious spatial energy to retrieve his heart that his heart was still connected to his body. No. Ice Emperor saw Qin Xiang's sinister smile and shouted like he was shouting. A ball of silver-white flame suddenly emerged from Qin Xiang's palm, enveloping the heart and splitting it into a ball of pure energy, dispersing outwards. Ice Emperor cried out in pain. To a strong warrior like him, even if he did not have a heart, he would not die, but to make such a strong heart, it would take a very long time, or he would need to eat sacred heart fruit to recover. The most important thing the Ice Emperor was facing was not the repair of his heart, but whether or not he could survive. The difference between someone without divine deity and someone with divine deity was just this large. Furthermore, facing a monster like Qin Xiang, Ice Emperor had already lost all hope. I heard that you use profound Han poison and even used this poison to deal with Qian. This is also the reason why I came to find you first. Qin Xiang did not immediately kill Ice Emperor. Instead, he took out a ball of white powder and stuffed it into Ice Emperor's mouth. Let me show you the power of a super old poison. Qin Xiang's super old poison was not one type, but several of them combined. Ice Emperor, who was unable to move, could only allow himself to be slaughtered in front of Qin Xiang. After eating Qin Xiang's super old poison and being paralyzed by the drunk god magical poison's power, he could only allow the other strange poison to continue to spread within his body. Magical corruption gas, profound Han poison, and 7-night devil orchids were all strange, tormenting poisons, and Ice Emperor was also very knowledgeable, so he could recognize these strange poisons. At this moment, he was screaming non-stop, his expression incomparably sinister. I won't send you to H.L. because I won't give you the chance to go to H.L. I will just make you disappear from this world, not even giving you the chance to reincarnation. Chen Xiang saw that it was about time. He struck the Ice Emperor's head with his palm, sucked out his soul, and then used the fire of chaos to purify the body that was filled with the strange poison. Ice Emperor died so quickly. Back then, when Chi S H I plus was still a 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, he was just as powerful and could easily deal with other strong of Lord Stage. However, it was not that easy for him to kill those strong of Lord Stage S. It could be seen that the current Chen Xiang was much more powerful than the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord back then. Chen Xiang swept his eyes across the area below, looked at the remaining people from the Holy Ice Nation, and coldly said, "You all use the fastest speed to spread the news of me killing the Ice Emperor to the entire great sacred city, and also told everyone here that the dragon vein is mine. If I were to die here, you all can't blame me." Without needing those people to explain, Chen Xiang had already used his boundless divine power to form sound waves that covered the entire holy city. The experts of the 9 kingdoms within the great sage city could all hear it. The entire holy ice country had been annihilated, and the Ice Emperor was easily killed. Everyone in the great sage city could already see that Chen Xiang's strength was extremely terrifying, and Chen Xiang would definitely have a great battle here next. If he continued to stay, he would only be affected. "Hurry up and leave. The 10 great holy nations did not take advantage of me earlier to H this dragon vein away, and now that she has returned, it would be normal to flatten this place. If you continue to stay here, you might not be able to keep your life. The other 9 emperors have yet to appear. They will definitely be able to stop Chen Xiang. Didn't you see? Chen Xiang exterminated the Ice Emperor with a raise of his hand. The difference between him and the Ice Emperor is not small at all. It isn't something that can be made up for with just a small number of people. Forget about the 9 Emperor. Even if the 90 Emperor came, he would still be beaten like a dog. Let's go, let's go. Let's not waste our time talking anymore." The 9 emperors did not appear. They are clearly frightened. Didn't you all see the other 9 Imperial Palace fellows running faster than anyone else? Everyone began to flee, because at this moment another great commotion came from the direction of the Holy Ice Country. Chen Xiang used his Suzaku bow to continuously shoot at the ground. At this time he also sensed that there were tens of powerful auras surging over, which meant that most likely the other 9 emperors had brought their people over. Humph! Suddenly released a very strong S.P.A.C. domain, wrapping himself up. With a domain of 100 meters, all those strong of Lord Stage that came would be like Pa-S, sing through a dimensional door, and would be unable to approach Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang's S.P.A.C. domain was extremely powerful. When attacking from outside, no matter if one touched a domain, they would not be able to Pa-S through the middle of the domain, and would always Pa-S through the other side. "Chen Xiang, are you going to destroy the dragon fountain?" They had cultivated here for many years, so they were able to deeply sense the benefits this dragon vein brought. Before long, it would be able to help them condense their divine deity. Chen Xiang laughed coldly. "You all should be taking advantage of the time before I kill you all to recall all the good things from the past. I won't give you all another chance in a bit. Of course, if you all escape, I won't even bother to chase down trash like you." Chen Xiang continuously pulled on the bow, condensing powerful arrows one after another, frantically attacking the ground. At this time, a very huge pit appeared below. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like he was going to destroy the dragon vein. "You've disappeared for 5,000 years, and indeed, you've become very powerful. Back then, whenever you met us, you would flee in all directions. But now, Chen Xiang actually disdained to kill them. It could be seen how strong Chen Xiang had become at this moment. So even if Chen Xiang was worth 10 divine deities, they wouldn't be able to kill him now. The 9 emperor and the other experts were helpless outside of the domain. They could only watch as Chen Xiang slowly attacked the dragon vein. In their eyes, Chen Xiang wanted to destroy the dragon vein so that no one could obtain it. But the dragon vein was the only way for them to condense their divine deity. He cultivated the heavenly alchemy, had the divine deity, and had even devoured the L Prince's divine deity before. He had devoured a lot of the powerful divine souls, and although his body did not reach the jade bone, it was also extremely powerful. Adding the 4 symbols' divine weapons into the mix, the 9 Emperor were not even able to withstand a single blow. Now, even Qin Xiang was blaming Huang Jintian and the others, to think that they had boasted so much about the 9 Emperors. Yes, Qin Xiang suddenly stopped because he felt a wave of heat attacking him. If he guessed correctly, it should be the Fire Emperor of the Fire Divine Nations. The Fire Emperor of the Fire Divine Nations did not join the 10 great holy nations, but he controlled a large region above the Dragon Vein. The initially half-crippled Fire Emperor, because of the support of the GODS realm, became extremely powerful and almost killed Chi-S, HI+. When the Fire Emperor arrived, the 9 Emperor of the 10 great holy nations was secretly happy because they felt an even stronger flame aura. However, that aura was not from the Fire Emperor, but it was stronger than the Fire Emperor. It did not take long for this news to spread to all the big cities in Detian. It was extremely shocking, and many small and medium-sized forces were secretly worried. They were worried that something like the ancient 10 Heavens Supreme Lord would happen. And when the time came, they would be the ones to suffer when Detian was destroyed again. It did not take long for this news to spread to all the big cities in Detian. It was extremely shocking, and many small and medium-sized forces were secretly worried. They were worried that something like the ancient 10 Heavens Supreme Lord would happen. And when the time came, they would be the ones to suffer when Detian was destroyed again. Actually, their worries were unnecessary. Currently, Detian and the other 9 days had become very stable and could not be disintegrated so easily. When Long Shui was inside the Hundreds of Flowers Palace, she brought the dragon blood St. Danas that Qin Xiang and the others refined during the compet. Tying over. She, Lu Menger, and the other girls were in a cool cave watching them refine pills. Not long after, little Lizzie hurried over. What's going on? Qin Xiang went to the great sacred city alone and fought the 10 great holy nations alone. I heard that the sacred ice nation's ice emperor had already been destroyed, and now Qin Xiang is frantically attacking the dragon veins, attempting to destroy them. Little Lizzie was also surprised to see Long Shui here. She thought that Long Shui would be together with him. Long Shui frowned. Where's Feng Yujie? She should be with Qin Xiang. Is it only Qin Xiang who has appeared in the great sacred city? Little Lizzie nodded her head. He's alone, there's nothing else. The latest news is that the Fire Emperor of the Fire Divine Nations is leading a group of experts there. The other emperors of the other 9 holy nations are unable to do anything to Qin Xiang. When Lu Menger heard that Qin Xiang was fighting with a group of people, he became anxious immediately. Let's hurry up. Lung Yulan had already brandished his large sword a few times, ready to fight at any time. At this time, LV Chilian and LV Qinlian walked over. Seeing that Lu Menger and the other girls were already sharpening their blades, they said, "It's better if we don't partake." 1 P8 Qin Xiang did not even call Chi-S, HI+, and Jiangxing over this time, and Huang Jintian, who was usually mixed in with others, also did not appear. It's obvious that he wanted to make a big fuss himself. If we go, it would only get him in the way. LV Qinlian said, "We will only go to the side to spectate the battle. We definitely do not want to enter the battlefield. Right now, Father, Mother, and the others are already Russ. HI plussing over. On the other side, Huang Jintian Chi-S, HI plus, who had just parted ways with Qin Xiang not long ago, was already gathered together with Jiangsheng. This little scoundrel, he actually doesn't call us when he's doing something like this. Does he think we're getting in the way? He's actually being treated as a burden. How hateful." Huang Jintian scolded. "This guy is really strong. He killed the Ice Emperor in one go, and we can't do anything to the other 9 cities. It's just that I don't understand why he kept on attacking the dragon veins. Could it be that he is determined to destroy them?" Chi plus frowned. This dragon vein is a good thing. Even though it has been temporarily NATC head away, but in the future we have enough strength to NATCH it back. Jiangxing said, if we were to destroy the dragon's vein, the great sage city above the dragon's vein, and even the entire area of several kilometers would be destroyed, I really wouldn't know what Qinxiang is thinking. The three of them were all on the same boat. As soon as Feng Yujie returned to his divine feather holy nations, he heard the news immediately. She had hurriedly brought Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu to the great sage city. Seems like he really wants to destroy the dragon fountain, Feng Yujie said. Jiangxing knew that Feng Yujie was up there and anxiously opened a door, allowing Feng Yujie and the others to enter the small hall in the cabin. How can you be so sure? Huang Jintian asked. In these 5,000 years, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu had also frequently seen Huang Jintian and the others, and they were very familiar with them. Since the various shrines in the DS realm are coming down to take their territory, they must be aiming for the dragon vein first. When the time comes with so many shrines watching, even if we join hands, it would not be easy to destroy the dragon vein. So Qinxiang will make a move now. Feng Yujie said. After I told him these things, he immediately went to the great sage city. I originally thought he would give up on the compet. 1. Tie-in for the dragon's vein. Su Meiyao shook his head. You don't understand him, but if he knows, he will definitely go. Bai Yuyu sighed. This is Qinxiang. The more you think he should be afraid of something, the more afraid he will be. Even if all the great halls really came down, he would do everything in his power to prevent them from easily obtaining his dragon fountain. When the experts learned that Qinxiang had gone to the great sage city, they immediately rushed there. However, they did not approach the great sage city yet, as waves of energy were constantly surging from the inside of the city. The sacred ice country was relatively close to the center of the great sacred city. Qinxiang continuously struck the ground, causing huge ripples that pretty much destroyed the great sacred city that was built by the 10 nations. By Yahweh LV Zhen, Grandma LV Lu Fuxing, and the others had already arrived, gathered with LV Chilian's group of women on top of Jiangsheng's boat, and were arguing with each other at the same time. Old Jiang, go a little closer. You can only sense from here through your aura. Chi plus shouted. I heard that Fire Emperor brought some other D over, but a great battle has not started yet. Jiang Sheng controlled the boat to move forward quickly, but he suddenly saw a large group of people flying. Isn't he a 9 emperor? Why is he in such a sorry state? Huang Jintian chuckled, flying off the deck and SMAs. Plussing his fist towards the Thunder Emperor. Huang Jintian, you are tired of living. I am not tired of living. I am too lazy to be bigger than you right now, and the dragon vein is about to be destroyed by your crazy disciple. Thunder Emperor dodged Huang Jintian's punch. Leaving behind these words, he continued to escape. Jiang Sheng anxiously stopped and said, Let's not get any closer. LV Chilian turned his head to look at the group of people who had escaped earlier and said, Without Fire Emperor, could it be that Fire Emperor is fighting with Qinxiang? Long Shui said, Fire Emperor and 10 fellows are surrounding Qinxiang, but they did not attack him, so I do not know what they are doing. LV Zhen looked at the sky and said, Let's go. Qinxiang shouldn't be able to destroy the dragon veins. That thing isn't something that he can destroy right now. How so? Feng Yujie frowned. Then what is he doing? Elvesian laughed and said, Won't you know once we go there? You should be more clear than me about the power of that dragon's vein. Until now, the 10 great holy nations and the fire divine nations still don't have complete control over the dragon's vein. And the dragon's vein had already fused with Qinxiang that year. The DS realm of the DS realm should have an outcome. Someone will come down to stop Qinxiang soon. Other than the few people who knew that the all-divine palaces would descend, The others were extremely shocked. They never thought that the all-divine palaces would actually appear in the 9-heaven world. After that, Feng Yujie told everyone about the situation of the Chaos Realm after it had been swallowed, allowing everyone to resolve the doubts in their hearts. Feng Yujie did not tell anyone else her ident. 1. Tai, so even Su Meiyao and Bai Yu did not know. Only Qin Xiang knew the secret right now. The Fire Emperor had brought 10 experts here, but Chen Xiang turned a blind eye to them. He continued to pull the Suzaku bow and shot arrow after arrow at the ground. At this time, Chen Xiang was extremely focused on shooting at the ground. The Dragon Vein's defense was extremely strong, and he had already struck the self-defense SHDI plus ELD released by the Dragon Vein many times, but was still unable to move. At this time, Chen Xiang was extremely focused on shooting at the ground. The Dragon Vein's defense was extremely strong, and he had already struck the self-defense SHI plus ELD released by the Dragon Vein many times, but was still unable to move. Of course, he knew that the Fire Emperor was outside of his own SPAC domain, but he wasn't worried at all. Even if Fire Emperor and the others could attack and break his SPAC domain, he would not fall into their hands. Had the same illusion at the start, but when he got closer, he realized that the other party was only a demi-G. OD. It looked like he was stronger than the Fire Emperor, and was not much of a threat to Qin Xiang. Jiang Sheng steered the boat closer. Sensing Chen Xiang's presence in the SPAC domain, everyone understood why the 9 Emperor Palace was unable to touch Qin Xiang. When Qin Xiang attacked the earth, many huge pieces of debris flew high into the sky and smashed into Qin Xiang's SPAC domain. Who pass? Said through the spatial pass sageway. None of them smashed into Qin Xiang, no matter how strong the attack was. It was still the same. This dragon fountain is so powerful. It's been attacking for so long, but it's still unable to break through the defense. Xue Xianxian looked at the flames below him, which were ignited by the arrows released by the Suzaku bow. The Suzaku bow was refined by Xue Xianxian and the others. She understood the power of the Suzaku bow very well. The quality of this dragon's vein has long been made up of high-quality holy stone. The dragon's vein was able to release a natural formation like the evil dragon graveyard to protect itself a long time ago, and now it has formed a stronger barrier at the bottom. I think even the people from the 10 great holy nations have not entered the ground before. LV Chilian said, ever since the dragon subduing school moved, there has been a huge change in the dragon's vein. Even now, Chen Xiang is unable to establish a connection with the dragon's vein, so I feel that Qin Xiang is using his own method to awaken the dragon's vein, or to destroy it. Before, LV Zhen had already said that this level of dragon vein was no longer something that Chen Xiang could destroy. Feng Yujie also never thought that Chen Xiang's dragon vein would become like this, and the one she used to possess, because she had absorbed a large amount of energy throughout the years, was not as good as Qin Xiang's. Fire Emperor suddenly shouted to the people beside him, "You're here! Quickly move away from here!" The Fire Emperor brought 10 experts and quickly spread out. It was just that the SPAC domain that was not that close to Qin Xiang suddenly became engulfed in flames, which quickly spread out like a sea of fire clouds covering the sky. The flames shone brightly, enveloping the sky above the dragon veins. This is the Fire G. Oh, D's Heaven Gate. Feng Yujie frowned. The people from Fire Divine Palace are coming down. This is a genuine Fire Divine Palace. Xue Xianxian asked anxiously, then what about Qin Xiang? Qin Xiang had also sensed the changes in his surroundings. He looked at Jiang Sheng's boat and said, "You guys stay far away from me. I'll be fine." Qin Xiang's voice was calm, with a hint of excitement, and especially the confident light that flashed in his eyes. It made everyone feel at ease. Jiang Sheng quickly controlled the boat, and it left the area. A large vortex of flame appeared in the flame cloud in the sky, and a large ball of fire descended from the vortex. The fire cloud suddenly disappeared, and the flames outside the fireball also gradually dissipated. Inside, a huge red frisbee appeared, and on it stood 3 men and 2 women. The man was tall and handsome. The woman was young and beautiful, slim and graceful. Among the 5, the man standing at the front had a stronger flame between his eyebrows, while the other 4 had weaker flames. It was obvious that the man had the strongest strength. Seeing these 5 people arrive, Fire Emperor and the rest immediately went up to pay their respects. I am Wan Huaiyan. From now on, all of you have to listen to my instructions. Wan Huaiyan extended out his fingertip and touched the center of Fire Emperor's forehead, reading through the memories of Fire Emperor. Sensing that the Fire Emperor was resisting, he snorted coldly, "Cooperate." Accompanied by that cold snort, an extremely strong pressure appeared, causing Fire Emperor's body to tremble. Wan Huaiyan and the rest were also very calm. Although they saw Chen Xiang, they did not immediately take action, but wanted to first understand what was happening. "Humph! You even dare to call yourself a Fire Emperor." After reading the memories of the Fire Emperor, Wan Huaiyan snorted disdainfully, his handsome face revealing a disdainful smile, then looked at Chen Xiang. "Eldest senior brother, this man is Chen Xiang, someone who the L Devil Emperor couldn't even take away after losing billions of G.O.D. coins. It's said that the G.O.D. of fortune and a few other G.O.D. of heaven have also lost close to 100 profound G.O.D.s. In the end, he was able to escape." A lady said to Wan Huaiyan. Hearing the woman's words, LV Zhen and the others who had some understanding of the G.O.D.s realm were all shocked, because LV Zhen had heard about the matters of the G.O.D.s realm from the Devil Killing Summit. He had also told the others that he knew about the concept of N.G.O.D.'s money. Chen Xiang had never told them about this before. They have lost close to 100 profound G.O.D.s and have yet to be captured. Feng Yujia's face was filled with shock. Just what did he do in divine prison? It was done by the old cyan bug. When the hundreds of profound G.O.D.s came down, the old cyan bug sent them away, but I never thought that they would be killed by the old cyan bug. The old cyan bug is really too powerful. I wonder what kind of outcome the old cyan bug will have after killing so many profound G.O.D.s. Long Shui sighed. LV Zhen and the others knew who the old cyan bug Long Shui was referring to just by thinking about it. The strength of the Azure Dragon had also shocked them. Wan Huaiyan placed his hands behind his back and stared at the Suzuka bow in Chen Xiang's hands, then said with a frown, "This is a divine weapon. It should have just been crafted not a few years ago. Although the refinement method is crude and the fire isn't enough, to the brats of this world, it is still considered not bad." After Chen Xiang heard it, he sneered, "In the eyes of trash, everything is trash." The lady behind Wan Huaiyan immediately shouted, "You arrogant brat! Eldest senior brother is the eldest son of the great disciple of the fire G.O.D. deity Zihua. What you just said was enough for you to die 100 times. Chen Xiang laughed out loud. "So what if he has the ability he would send out over 100 profound G.O.D.s to deal with it? Even if it's his father, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to use this kind of power, much less use billions of divine money against me. DAM, and this old man has been chased by the L Devil Emperor for so many years and had never been afraid of him, let alone being the eldest son of a G.O.D. At most, he would just be a stronger true G.O.D. Wan Huaiyan suddenly clenched his fist, wanting to attack Chen Xiang. But at this time an extremely charming laughter, like silver bells, rang, causing people to be intoxicated. Even if the woman heard it, her heart would not be able to describe the feeling, and she could not help but have a very good impression of the laughter. When Jiang Sheng heard this laughter, his expression immediately became ugly, while Chi-S, H.I. plus snickered. "May Emperor is here." Long Shui said softly, telling Lu Menger and Xue Xianxian, who were beside him, that they had never seen Mei Emperor before. When Su Meiyao and Bai Yu heard the laughter, they clenched their jade fists. The 5 of you are all disciples of the 10,000 Purple Mountain, right? You must be the son of 10,000 Purple Mountain. You look too similar to him and are very handsome. A white mist that emitted a light floated over and turned into a beautiful woman wearing only a thin layer of muslin. Her chest was bare, and she was only wearing a slightly thick gauze wrapped around her waist, revealing some embara. Sing things. Mei Emperor's perfect body was covered under the long muslin dress. She was extremely alluring as she walked over with graceful steps, while barefooted. Her pair of long legs and slender jade waist were all swaying rhythmically, and her chest, which was wrapped simply, moved up and down. The most amazing thing was her breathtakingly beautiful face. There was a very strange attraction on it that made it difficult for people to look away when they looked at her. Chen Xiang could tell immediately that this was the Mei Emperor. He had originally thought that the Mei Emperor looked very similar to Feng Yujie, but now that he saw the Mei Emperor, he realized that the 2 of them had completely different faces. Chen Xiang suddenly felt that it was worth it for Jiang Sheng to be tempted by this woman all those years ago. When the originally cold and proud Wan Huayan saw the Mei Emperor walking over with a faint and charming smile, he couldn't help but be deeply attracted by her seductive figure. Although the 2 girls beside him were beautiful, he couldn't help but feel inferior in his heart, and at the same time was a little jealous. Mei Emperor looked like she was about to walk towards Wan Huayan, but who knew that she would suddenly turn and walk towards Qinxiang. There was a domain outside of Qinxiang, which Mei Emperor could sense, so she did not go in. Instead, she took a few steps in the air and slowly arrived in front of Qinxiang. Everyone was looking at this scene seriously. Everyone knew how powerful the Mei Emperor was, that the 9 emperors who had just left had already returned. Seeing that the Mei Emperor had made his move, they all secretly calmed down, thinking that Chen Xiang would definitely be captured by the Mei Emperor. Wan Huayan was extremely unhappy. He knew that the Mei Emperor was truly powerful, and he liked such a powerful woman very much. Just a moment ago, she was still talking to him, but now she had walked up to Chen Xiang and forced her way through. Although Chen Xiang did not look at the Mei Emperor, he still carefully observed. He shockingly discovered that the Mei Emperor did not pay attention to Feng Yujie, so even if Feng Yujie was concealing his appearance now, they should still be able to sense each other. Chen Xiang, I've finally met you today. It's been a long time since I've last seen you. The Mei Emperor laughed. You should be the famous Mei Emperor. I have seen you too, and have heard of you for a long time. Chen Xiang actually laughed openly, as if he was truly flattering an expert. Everyone was startled. For Chen Xiang to say such words to such a beauty was truly a disaster, even though what he said was the truth. With just a slight raise of her eyebrows, she sweetly smiled and said, As expected of a man whose name shakes the 9 heavens, he is indeed extraordinary. Chen Xiang had been struck by Feng Yujie's charm power before, so when the Mei Emperor appeared, he was extremely cautious. At the same time that he used the soul lock technique, he also released a Taiji array outside his soul to protect it, and used the demon subduing heart formula to defend against the Mei Emperor's mental attacks. Chen Xiang had been struck by Feng Yujie's charm power before, so when the Mei Emperor appeared, he was extremely cautious. At the same time that he used the soul lock technique, he also released a Taiji array outside his soul to protect it, and used the demon subduing heart formula to defend against the Mei Emperor's mental attacks. This was because Mei Emperor and Feng Yujie were the same, created by the 9th Heaven Ji, D King back in the day. Although they were heavily injured later on, it had already been so many years since they had recovered pretty well. 9th Miss, this person was speaking ill of you earlier. Let me help you teach him a lesson. Wan Huayan suddenly came to Mei Emperor's side. He took out a golden sword and stared angrily at Qinxiang, and was about to attack. Mei Emperor shouted lightly, Sir Wan, please wait. I would like to see what he is doing. Wan Huayan frowned. Of course he wants to destroy the dragon's vein, and doesn't let us obtain it. We better hurry up and take him down, and don't let him harm the dragon's vein. Originally, she worked for the H.E.L. Devil Emperor, but now that she seemed to be connected to other G.O.D.S., her status was not low either. That Wan Huayan actually treated her with such respect, and even called her Ninth Miss. Just now, the Mei Emperor tried to seduce Qin Xiang, but she failed. Qin Xiang's heart was extremely firm, and it was difficult for her to do anything to him. Although she had failed before, at that time her strength was relatively weak, and the people she wanted to seduce were all men who were not particularly interested in women. But Qin Xiang was different. According to Mei Emperor's understanding of Qin Xiang, although there weren't many women by his side, there were a few, which meant that Qin Xiang was very interested in girls. Furthermore, those girls were all very playful in various aspects. Furthermore, Qin Xiang had never seen her before, so Mei Emperor thought that Qin Xiang was very easy to obtain. It was Qin Xiang's first time seeing the Mei Emperor, not bad, but he had been tempted by him before, and his cultivation was much stronger than the Mei Emperor's. Now, Qin Xiang was still unable to completely shake off the enticing power of Feng Yujie, so even if he did not defend now, the Mei Emperor would not be able to tempt him. Qin Xiang sneered at the Mei Emperor and said, I advise you to quickly distance yourself from me right now, because after I finish what I need to do here, I will kill you next. How dare you? Wan Huayan, who was beside Mei Emperor, was immediately furious, but he did not attack because Mei Emperor had used a tender jade hand to hold the back of his sword. Qin Xiang was the eldest son of some kind of great disciple of the fire God. Even if he wasn't the profound G.O.D., he was still a relatively powerful true G.O.D., and he was actually so easily bewitched. I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? Mei Emperor asked softly. Her beautiful big eyes actually flickered with tears of grievance. She looked pitiful and delicate, but Qin Xiang didn't take it lying down. Don't worry, before you die, I will definitely tell you. Qin Xiang's voice had a trace of killing intent. It was obvious that it was not an act. Mei Emperor was a huge threat to them in the first place, let alone their enemies. Even though they were stronger than before, they still did not have enough confidence to defeat Mei Emperor. Furthermore, Feng Yujie had warned them repeatedly that there was a huge gap between them and Mei Emperor now. Seeing Qin Xiang's attitude towards Mei Emperor, Wan Huayan was even more furious in his heart. Seeing that Mei Emperor did not stop him, he was overjoyed. The weakest amongst the G.O.D.S. is a true G.O.D., and this Wan Huayan is a true G.O.D. In terms of G.O.D.S. realm, he isn't very strong, so Qin Xiang should be aware of this fact. Elvision said. Wan Huayan originally thought that he could kill Qin Xiang with a swing of his sword just as he charged over. Who knew that he would arrive at the other side of Qin Xiang's SPAC domain? Wan Huayan was alarmed and furious in his heart. He swung his sword and released a few waves of fire, but when it touched the exterior walls of the SPC domain, it was stolen from the other side of the domain, as if it had said through a spatial gate. No one could even touch Qin Xiang now, not even close to him. This is the power of the spatial laws. Unless you possess the power of the upper true G.O.D., it will be difficult to shake him. Mei Emperor sighed lightly. I didn't expect him to be this much stronger than I had expected. All of you come over here and attack him together. I don't believe that I won't be able to break through his defenses. He is just a small saint. We are all G.O.D.S. Wan Huayan shouted to his junior brother and sister, who came with him. In the blink of an eye, the flames in the air zigzagged horizontally and were covered densely in fiery clouds. From time to time, huge palms would appear and slap towards Qin Xiang from all directions. With this attack, a thick layer of soil underneath was lifted up and burned into ashes. After the layer of dirt above the dragon vein disappeared, The dragon vein's head was clearly visible. The silver-white dragon's mouth slightly opened, and its eyes actually flickered with a faint green light, as if it had a sliver of spirit energy. Right now, it was only showing the dragon's head, and its body was still buried underneath. There was an energy barrier very far away from the dragon's head, and Qin Xiang was unable to break it. Just now, when Wan Huaiyan had accidentally struck that barrier, he was also unable to move. The dragon head is a lot smaller. Qin Xiang frowned. Back then, when this dragon vein was still at the immortal stone grade, it was like a huge mountain. Chi plus said, "What's going on? Why has the dragon head become so small?" Huang Jintian shook his head. Even though the dragon head is small, it is still very powerful. With the current level of defense, even the DS would find it hard to move. Seeing the dragon head, the Mei Emperor immediately dove down. Wan Huaiyan reacted and quickly followed. However, when the two of them came into contact with that layer of defense, they were repelled by an extremely violent force. Even if they reacted, they weren't injured by the shock wave. Is this a dragon vein? If I can release divine power, then this dragon vein can also be considered a naturally formed divine artifact. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed and descended, only to see a big-sized man floating above Qin Xiang. The Temple of Thunder. Wan Huaiyan frowned. This guy is not easy to deal with. The man looked at Wan Huaiyan and laughed out loud. Isn't this the son of 10,000 Purple Mountain? Just as Wan Huaiyan was about to answer, he saw Qin Xiang rush plus-ing towards the dragon vein below and shouted anxiously, "Stop him! Don't let him enter the dragon's head!" Mei Emperor also shouted, "Liao Ming, quickly stop him!" The man named Liao Ming laughed and said, "Why should I listen to you? He is Qin Xiang." Wan Huaiyan said anxiously. He couldn't do anything to Qin Xiang either, but he felt that Qin Xiang could enter the protection barrier around the dragon vein. Liao Ming laughed out loud. "He is Qin Xiang. What does he have to do with me? Before I came down, Thunder Ji had already instructed me not to get involved with this evil sect kid at all." At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was getting closer and closer to the dragon vein's protective Hi+ELD. Feng Yujie was right. The GODS realm's restriction on the 9 heaven world no longer forbade the GODS from coming. There were even powers installed here to exert their influence and control over the 9 heaven world. Feng Yujie was right. The GODS realm's restriction on the 9 heaven world no longer forbade the GODS from coming. There were even powers installed here to exert their influence and control over the 9 heaven world. Right now, the most important thing for Qin Xiang was this dragon vein. This could be said to be his, and it had already been occupied by someone for many years. When Qin Xiang was near the defensive barrier of the dragon vein, the SPAC domain he released suddenly disappeared. It was not because he kept it, but because it was affected by some unknown force and dissipated. He did not use any more power, but when he touched the dragon vein's barrier, he easily entered. Seeing that, everyone was shocked, because this meant that Qin Xiang had a high chance of controlling the dragon vein. Just a moment ago, Liao Ming from the Thunder Hall said that this was a naturally formed treasure. Qin Xiang was currently floating in front of the dragon's head, staring at the dragon's vein with its pair of pale green eyes. "You've grown so fast. I didn't expect that after so long. You would almost not recognize me." Qin Xiang reached out his hand and gently caressed the dragon head. The dragon's eyes suddenly flashed with green light and started to react. Seeing this scene, the Mei Emperor was extremely nervous. She knew well how powerful the Tian dragon veins were, and Qin Xiang was not controlled by her. On the contrary, she was extremely hostile to her. "Go get those women. Hurry up," Mei Emperor suddenly said to Wan Huaiyan. "Inside here is Qin Xiang's wife and recognized sister. As long as we capture them, we can threaten Qinxiang. All of the images that came from the Mei Emperor suddenly appeared in Wan Huayan's mind, and he immediately knew that Xue Xianxian and Lu Meng'er were extremely close, and that she was Qinxiang's woman. After Feng Yujie heard the Mei Emperor's words, she immediately stepped forward and waved her hand, releasing a large purple ball of fire. The purple ball of fire transformed into a huge purple qilin, letting out many roars. Stepping on the purple fire wave, it welcomed the 5 true DS who had just descended from DS realm. It's you. Only now did Mei Emperor realize Feng Yujie was there, and only now did she see Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu. It was not because she did not notice them before, but because Feng Yujie had covered them up with a strange power previously. You're still the same as always wanting to use this poison tactic. The purple fire unicorn she released was extremely powerful, actually making Wan Huayan retreat several steps, and was unable to take a step forward. Mei Emperor felt that it was very troublesome. She never thought that Feng Yujie would be here, and that he would be so powerful. Suddenly, the Mei Emperor sensed a powerful and scorching qi approaching her. She anxiously dodged an arrow that shot down from below. It was Chen Xiang who had pulled the Suzaku bow to attack her. Most of them are on my side. Forget about others. Just because you, Qin Xiang, are in possession of this dragon vein, they will not let you get away with it. Furthermore, El Devil Emperor's bounty for you is still effective. Mei Emperor's voice turned cold, no longer as tender and sweet as before. Qun Xiang laughed coldly. I don't care if all divine palaces comes to the 9 heaven world, but if you want to steal my dragon fountain and rely on brute force to notify Jujiu, don't blame me for that. Chen Xiang pulled the Suzaku bow and shot an arrow at the evil emperor in the distance. Evil emperor did not attack him with this arrow at all, and when he found out his body had already been penetrated, and his soul had already been severely injured by the power of this arrow, what made the Mei Emperor angry was that Chen Xiang had released 8 more arrows at the same time, each to attack the other 8 emperors of the holy nations, and all of them were crippled by Qin Xiang's arrows. If the emperors of the holy nations were to work together with the all-divine palaces, they would be able to make the divine halls dominate the 9 heavens. However, they were all crippled by Qin Xiang, so it was obvious that they did not want the divine halls to easily take over the power of the 10 great holy nations. When you guys attacked the evil dragon graveyard and took over my dragon fountain, you should have thought of this day. Qun Xiang's voice, which carried a trace of anger, resounded in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder. Since you are all lackeys from El Devil Emperor, I will send you all to meet him and greet him on my behalf. Standing at the dragon fountain, Chen Xiang punched towards the sky. 9 bolts of lightning suddenly descended, and the lightning that flashed was like a dragon, struck onto the bodies of the 9 holy nations' emperors, turning their bodies into powder. However, Qin Xiang did not destroy their souls, but rather allowed them to go to Hell. As soon as Qin Xiang killed these emperor of the holy nations, a strong pressure appeared in the sky, and all kinds of colored clouds floated over. Retreat! A loud shout came from afar, and a fireball struck over SMAs. HI plus ing onto the purple fire unicorn that Feng Yujie had released, destroying the purple fire unicorn. In every corner of the sky, there were many deities that were emitting a blinding light. They had all just descended from DS realm, and Mei Emperor was their guide. Seeing the strong reinforcements coming, Mei Emperor, who was still a little worried a moment ago, heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He said to the Di Qin Xiang, quickly capture the boat people. As long as we capture them, we can threaten Qin Xiang. There were dozens of DS in the sky. Although there were no profound DS, there were a few upper true DS, and the others were all DS. As soon as these DS arrived, the Mei Emperor immediately sent a sound transmission to them, telling them everything that had just happened. When they heard that Chen Xiang wanted to control the dragon's vein, these DS were extremely anxious and did as the Mei Emperor told them. After all, they all followed Jiangsheng's boat. Qin Xiang was still waiting for the dragon fountain to fully awaken. Seeing the boat surrounded, he was extremely anxious. If you dare to continue forward, I will summon the 9-heaven devil palace. Qin Xiang suddenly took out 7 chaos fire token-s and raised them up high. Feng Yujie anxiously transmitted to Qin Xiang. Don't be rash. Summon out the 9-heaven devil palace. We are also in danger. We can handle this group of people. Qin Xiang knew that Feng Yujie was very strong, but he was still worried because he knew that Xue Xianxian and the rest were all on that boat. The 4 words, 9-heaven devil palace, indeed had a lot of deterrence power. When the DS heard it, they felt fear in their hearts, especially when they saw the 7 chaos fire token-s in Qin Xiang's hands. They fell silent. Move far away from here, or else we'll go to the 9-heaven devil palace together. Qin Xiang continued to shout. Mei Emperor bit her lips. She never thought that Chen Xiang would actually have this kind of skill. As a being created by the 9 divine kings back then, she was very clear of how powerful he was. Everyone has already been sealed as DS. They also have a reputation in the DS realm. You can still chase after threats like this. Moreover, you have to deal with these weak DS once the news spread to the DS realm. Aren't you afraid of getting laughed at? A white mist floated over, and there were more than 10 white-robed women on top. The one who spoke was the beautiful woman standing in front of them. Her voice was Hoa, R-S-E, but it carried a sense of deterrence. Divine female palace. Mei Emperor snorted. Back then, you were all opposed to entering the 9-heaven world. What are you doing here now? The majority of the all-divine palaces actually supported us. It's useless even if we object. Although we object, it doesn't mean that we won't come to the 9-heaven world. Furthermore, everyone is here. Why can't we? The beautiful woman from the divine female palace smiled. Although you were created by the 9 divine kings, you are not the 9 heavens des. Hearing about the 9 heavens des, Qin Xiang more or less understood that the des of the 9 heavens could very likely be Feng Yujie. Chen Xiang quickly put away the chaos fire token. I want you to guarantee that this boatman won't be harmed in the slightest. You don't have to summon the 9-heaven devil palace. Although this beautiful woman from the divine female palace looked very calm, when she mentioned the 9-heaven devil palace, she couldn't hide the fear in her eyes. Feng Yujie and Chen Xiang had mentioned the divine female palace before. It was a relatively neutral divine palace above the DS realm, and they were all made up of women. Its power was also relatively strong, so Chen Xiang had more trust in the divine female palace. Wan Huaiyan said, This dragon vein must be used equally. We cannot let him monopolize it. Qin Xiang sneered, If you can prove that the 9-heaven world or this dragon vein was created by you guys, I will immediately leave this dragon vein. You better run far away and get the HEL back to your DS realm. Otherwise, when my dragon vein wakes up, I will kill you first and use your blood as a sacrifice to awaken it. Wan Huaiyan was furious. He was a true but he was actually looked down upon by Qin Xiang in such a way. An elder in the sky said, 9-heaven world is already a mature world, and we need order to maintain it. Being able to make this world more equal, prosperous, and peaceful is also the reason why we are here. Qin Xiang said in a cold voice, If you hadn't come, this place would have been even better. At that time, if you hadn't interfered, this place would have already flourished. Perhaps even Serpa. Sing the DS realm. You clearly know just how many sins HEL Devil Emperor has committed here. Let's go. Before he left, he still left behind a few words. Qin Xiang, you'll go to DS realm sooner or later. At that time, you will pay the price for what you said today. I will go. I will let you all know just how serious the consequences are for condoning L Devil Emperor. Qin Xiang was not afraid at all. He had heard this kind of thing too many times. With the departure of the GODS, they naturally did not return to the GODS realm, but to follow him and leave the Dragon Vein, they had to be especially cautious with the Nine-Heaven Devil Palace. All of you should leave. I don't know what will happen here, either. Qin Xiang descended from the dragon's head and floated in front of the dragon's head, staring straight into its eyes. Jiang Sheng controlled the boat to quickly fly away, and the various goddesses of the divine female palace followed behind the boat, quickly leaving the ruined great sage city. Qin Xiang did not know what the Dragon Vein would do next. He only knew that he needed to wait patiently here. Originally, it should have benefited the Nine-Heaven world. However, right now, it has been coveted by the divine halls, and if it is taken over by those powerful forces and their control over the Dragon Veins, the rest of the Nine-Heaven world will not benefit from it. Originally, it should have benefited the Nine-Heaven world. However, right now, it has been coveted by the divine halls, and if it is taken over by those powerful forces and their control over the Dragon Veins, the rest of the Nine-Heaven world will not benefit from it. Qin Xiang floated in front of the dragon's head, patiently waiting for the next change in the dragon's vein. While thinking about the formation of the dragon's vein, he felt that the reason why dragon veins kept appearing was definitely not a coincidence. It must have been arranged by the 9 divine kings back then, and they had long since set it up here. In the past, HI plus also obtained a dragon vein, but it was destroyed later on, and an even more powerful one developed. Other than this, there was another dragon vein that was occupied by Feng Yujie. Feng Yujie knew that the place had dragon veins. Obviously, he had heard it from the 9 divine kings. What will happen next? According to my intuition, I should be able to fuse with this dragon fountain. Qin Xiang thought like this. The energy contained in this dragon vein was extremely strong, and he felt that he might not even be able to eat it, so when he thought about it, he felt that it was somewhat impossible. Just as Qin Xiang was thinking about the matter regarding the dragon fountain, he suddenly heard a voice from inside the divine sensei. Of course, you can't fuse with me with your current power. Even Empyrean DS might not be able to subdue me. This voice was somewhat tender, just like a youth's. Although Qin Xiang was shocked by what he heard, he immediately understood that it was the voice of the Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein had actually opened its spirit and gained its own consciousness. In other words, the Dragon Vein was no longer just like stone. Soon, the purple monkey would turn into a living creature that could soar through the 9 heavens. You are the Dragon Fountain. Qin Xiang asked in shock. That's right. You should have been my master originally. You should have merged me before I was even growing up so that I could make you stronger. I have been waiting for you for many years, but you just arrived now. I don't know why, but I am getting stronger and stronger now, and I don't want you to fuse with me. The Dragon Vein said. Qin Xiang said, Don't worry, I won't force you, after all. You have helped us become strong for a period of time. I will remember this favor. As long as you do not fall into an evil trap, you were born from the 9th heaven. With your current strength, you should be the guardian of this place. I have 9 fathers, and the consciousness they sent me was the same as well. However, they did not directly ask me to protect them, and instead wanted me to help a human that I approved of become stronger. Dragon Mice said, But it seems like I can't do it now. I've violated them. Qin Xiang knew how complicated the dragon bloodline was in his heart now that it had grown to this point. It was normal for it to have its own thoughts, and adding the yearning it had for the outside world, he would be able to understand it. As long as you can protect the 9 heaven world, it doesn't count as going against them. This is your 9 fathers' final goal. It doesn't matter what the method is, as long as you can do it. Qin Xiang continued to instruct the young dragon. I understand now. Thank you for understanding me. You are the first human I've seen since I've awakened. Before, when I was still sleeping, I vaguely recognized you. I'm not mistaken. Why don't you give me a name?" Chan Xiang thought for a moment, then said, "You can be considered a dragon now. That surname is long. It's called Nine Heavens. I'll call it Dragon Nine Heavens." If Long Shui was here, he would definitely argue with Chen Xiang because of the name. "I know your name is Chun Xiang. A lot of people were shouting and shouting about you just now." Long Ju smiled. "Although I can't merge with you, I can still help you become a little stronger. I'll have to separate from the Earth later. At that time, the Earth's core will spew out a power that can make your body stronger." Chen Xiang's current physical body was not strong enough, only at the level of the purple gold bone, but his goal was the jade bone. To have such a chance, it would be best if he wanted to become a true Ji. He would need to cultivate the jade bone. "All right," Chun Xiang nodded. He had just agreed when Long Jiu suddenly roared and rushed into the clouds. The entire body of the dragon suddenly shot out, and the deep hole spewed out a strong surge of heat, accompanied by a burst of intense flames. Chun Xiang, who was at the side, was immediately sucked in by the heat. The Earth's core is repairing itself and absorbing the energy that is Gus. Plussing out. Before entering the Earth's core, you must hurry up and come up, otherwise it will be very dangerous for you to go to the Earth's core. Long Jiu's voice came from above. It wasn't that Chun Xiang had never gone to the core of the Earth before. It was just that the core of the Earth was much weaker than the core of the Earth now. The reason why Di Tian had become so strong now was mainly because the core of the Earth was becoming stronger and stronger. Therefore, right now, he was not sure if the profound Wu diamond armor on his body could still allow him to be like a fish in water in the heart of the earth. The fire dragon sword was also created by the 9 divine kings in the past. No wonder when I was in the Earth's core that year, after I took out the fire dragon sword, all of the magma in the Earth's core retreated. I wonder if it is still effective now. Chan Xiang wanted to give it a try. Right now, the Earth's core was also very mysterious to him. The last time he went to the Earth's core, he killed a earth tree. "All right, let's go to the core." Chen Xiang was slowly being pulled down by a strong suction force inside the tunnel, and a strange kind of scorching energy was being continuously absorbed by his body. What's with this heat? Although it's very painful, but it also has a bit of a pain-relieving power. Chan Xiang couldn't tell if he was in pain or not. He just felt a little numb in his body. Suddenly, he felt pain, but the pain quickly disappeared as it quickly changed places again. A moment later, Long Jiu's urgent shout came from the sky. "Hurry up! I want to go to the Earth's core to have a look." "It'll be fine. Go take a look for now. If you can find someone called Huang Jintian, let him teach you something. He's my master." Chun Xiang said, "The Earth's core is very dangerous and very scary. If you stay below, you will die." Long Jiu was extremely worried, and Chun Xiang could also feel the energy undulations from his body. He was actually going to use that powerful force to pull him up. "Don't worry. I have magical equipment to protect myself. I've been to the Earth's core before." Chan Xiang said anxiously he was afraid that he would miss this chance. If not, he would have to go to the center of the Earth. "All right, I will look for Huang Jintian now." After Long Jiu finished speaking, he disappeared. When the dragon veins left the ground, they created a huge sky ditch, and Chen Xiang also went into the center of the Earth from the sky ditch. When the geocentric eclipse closed the hole, a large amount of lava surged out, filling up the entire pit. There was even a large amount of fire that was multicolored, even black and gold, that enveloped the entire holy city. If Chan Xiang saw this, he would definitely find this very familiar, because this was a Earth's core fire realm. Even though the God and Jiangsheng, the boat that came down from God's realm, was already far away from the dragon vein, they could still sense a scorching aura from there. Even though the God and Jiangsheng, the boat that came down from God's realm, was already far away from the dragon vein, they could still sense a scorching aura from there. This feeling is very familiar very similar to the Earth's core fire realm. Jiangxing said he was very sensitive to flames, and he also had research on Earth's core fire realm. Could Qin Xiang have taken away the dragon vein? Chi plus said, how powerful are the dragon veins? Those DS are unshakable. If Qin Xiang the kid were to obtain them, wouldn't he be very strong? The beautiful woman from the divine female palace said, Qin Xiang's current strength is still insufficient to withstand the power of the dragon vein. Even I, or the D of heaven, might not be able to. Feng Yujie sighed. The growth of this dragon vein is very abnormal. It has already said the growth rate set by the 9 divine kings back then. I don't even know how it will change. LV Chilean suddenly shouted, there's a very strong guy approaching us. At this time, everyone had also sensed it and immediately became alert. Even the powerful, beautiful woman from divine female palace had a serious face, because this aura made her feel a lot of pressure. Just as everyone was feeling extremely nervous, a silver-clothed youth with a jade-like face suddenly appeared in front of them. Do any of you know where Huang Jintian is? This youth was Long Jiu. Everyone was extremely astonished. This was merely a youth, yet his strength was this great. Fortunately, he did not have any enmity towards her, so he only came here to find her. Huang Jintian racked his brains, but he didn't think that he would meet such a strong person. The cat he was familiar with was also a teenager, but it wasn't as powerful. I am. Do you have any business with me? Do we know each other? Huang Jintian stood out and asked. I am Longjiu. It was Qin Xiang who told me to come find you. Because I just arrived in this world for a few days, I don't understand many things, and I need to find someone to consult. He said that you are his master, so he let me come. The youth said to Huang Jintian, the people on this SHI plus P weren't stupid. At the same time, they thought of one possibility. Your name is Long Jiu. Long Shui said, could it be that you are a dragon and I am also a dragon? But the aura on your body is different from mine. The name was chosen for me by Qin Xiang. My dragon body structure is different from yours. My dragon body is mainly born from the core of the earth, and your dragon body should have been born from primal chaos energy. Long Jiu said. Long Shui muttered, the matter of me choosing a name should be left to me. Qin Xiang this guy. LV Chilean asked, if that's the case, then what about Qin Xiang? Why didn't he come along with you? Feng Yujie asked worriedly, did something happen to Qin Xiang? Dongfang Xinhua was right beside him. She said he's fine. If he's got anything to do, then I'll be fine as well. This was because she and Qin Xiang's master-servant contract had not been removed. So if Qin Xiang died, she would die too. Qin Xiang is fine. He just fell into the center of the earth. Long Jiu's face was filled with suspicion. He did not know why these people suspected that something was amiss with Qin Xiang. Everyone immediately cursed in their hearts. He was still calling himself fine after falling to the earth's core. Jiang Sheng, Huang Jintian, and Chi plus all knew the current core of the earth very well, because they had already tried to enter the core of the earth when they were at the bottom of the Yu Ming deep abyss. However, those sages were already blocked, so even if they weren't blocked, the heat would not be something they could resist. What? Qin Xiang fell into the center of the earth. This was Long Huishan's voice. Qin Xiang was her little brother, and she knew how powerful geofruit was. So how could she not be anxious? At this time, Long Huishan was Russ. Plussing over with a large group of powerful ice dragons. Seeing so many ice dragons arrive, Long Jiu suddenly felt a very warm feeling in his heart. He said that he was going to the earth's core. He was not willing to come up when I told him to. Long Jiu said, you guys really don't have to worry. Qin Xiang has Fire Dragon Sword S and Profound Wood Diamond Armor S on him. Enough for him to deal with Earth Heart's terrible environment. Although we are a bit stronger than him, without the fire dragon sword S, we might not be able to survive in Earthheart. Feng Yujie said. She still had a certain level of understanding towards the 9 dragons' holy sword. Long Huishan asked, "Just what happened?" "Big sister, I'll tell you." Lang Yulan pulled Shui Xianxian and flew over, telling him everything. Long Ju listened on from the side. At this time, everyone decided to go to the divine feather holy nations first before discussing their future matters. After Qin Xiang fell into the core of the earth, he took out Fire Dragon Sword S and released them. Just like the last time, all the lava here avoided him and he did not sense any scorching power either. In that last moment, my body did indeed become much stronger, but I have not yet stepped past the level of the purple gold skeleton. I need to cultivate in jade bones. According to Long Jiu's estimations, that one blow just now should have been able to make Chen Xiang's body become very strong. But he did not know that Chen Xiang's body was very special. This core should be Di Tian's secret. I'll go deeper in and take a look. Chen Xiang dove deeper into the ground. He had yet to go deeper into the heart of the earth, so he took the opportunity to explore more. After diving continuously into the depths of the earth for an entire day, Chen Xiang finally lost his patience. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly imped into something extremely hard. There was actually a wall here. Chen Xiang was pleasantly surprised and immediately followed the wall. He suspected it was more than a wall. It could be a building. The building beneath this core was definitely not ordinary. Although it looked like ordinary blue bricks, they had not melted under this core for a long time. It was clear that these blue bricks were not ordinary bricks. Chen Xiang went up and down the building a few times and determined that it was an outer wall of a building, which was around 100 meters tall. Now he started to look for the entrance to the building. This building was wrapped in lava and had been this way for a long time. This made Chen Xiang even more curious about who built this building and why they built it here. He quickly guessed that the 9 divine kings was the one that was built by them all those years ago. It was very possible that they were the ones who created the 9 heaven world. It took him half a day to find a door. If I open the gate, wouldn't the lava flow in? Chen Xiang was still considering whether or not he should open the door. After thinking about it, he felt that the creator of this building must have definitely considered this question before, so there definitely wouldn't be anything that he was worried about. He considered this for a moment, then pushed open the door. Although the door was big, Chen Xiang did not expend much effort to push it open, and very easily open up a gap in the door. Just as he had expected, after the door was opened a crack, a force emanated from within that could prevent the scorching lava from flowing in. Chen Xiang did not completely open the door. He only opened a crack large enough for him to enter. After entering, the door slowly closed. He was now in a large Pa S sage. On both sides of the Pa S sage, there were 2 neat rows of flame pillars that lit up the entire Pa S sage. It should have been built by the 9 divine kings. These things are all very ancient. The moment Chen Xiang entered, he could feel the ancient aura. The interior of the mysterious palace that was hidden in the earth's core was unexpectedly very cool. Although it was very quiet and eerie here, Chen Xiang wasn't afraid. Chen Xiang walked to the end of the path and saw another big door. After opening it, he came to a big hall. In the middle of the hall was a big round jade table. Beside the jade table were 9 jade chairs. This made Chen Xiang even more certain that this was the 9 divine kings that had built this place. Feng Yujie should know about this palace. Chen Xiang carefully observed the hall. Other than the jade tables and chairs, the rest of the things were ordinary things made of stone. Chen Xiang did not open the box in the middle of the round jade table, but instead walked around the round table. The fellow monk looked carefully at the 9 chairs, and after he walked around, he realized that there was a groove on the back of each of the 7 chairs, and upon seeing the groove, he subconsciously took out a Tianlong sword S, which could actually fit inside. In other words, there are 2 chairs here without grooves. Could it be that the poisonous dragon sword and the jade dragon sword are still here? Chen Xiang's heart was beating wildly. When we first gathered, this 7-dragon sword was the one that guided me to a place. Could it be here? Chun Xiang immediately took out all the other 7-dragon swords and inserted them into the grooves on each of the chairs. What happened? Why is there no reaction? Chun Xiang waited at the side for a moment and realized that there was no movement. Could it be that each sword has a different slot? After Chun Xiang pulled out the 7-dragon sword, he carefully observed those chairs and finally found some clues. Every chair had a leg that had some ancient characters, similar to those on the 7-dragon sword. There shouldn't be a mistake this time. Chun Xiang compared the ancient characters and once again inserted the 7 dragons, swords one by one. When he put in the last sword, the 9 jade chairs and the huge jade round table suddenly lit up with a pale white glow. Chun Xiang anxiously retreated a few steps. Because of the powerful force, he had no choice but to retreat. The next scene caused Chun Xiang to widen his eyes. On the 9 chairs, 9 people with long hair that reached their waists appeared. They wore white robes, and their appearances were enveloped by a ball of faint white light, not allowing to see his appearance. Could this be the 9 divine kings? Chun Xiang exclaimed in his heart. He had already seen that the people in front of him were just images and were only conveying some information. If only Feng Yujie was here, she might have known more than me. After Chun Xiang thought about it, he wanted to open a spatial pas sageway and drag Feng Yujie over. Who knew that his spatial strength would be ineffective here? The 9 of them sat on chairs, not saying a word, as if they were waiting for something. Suddenly, a figure floated over. It was a woman, and it was none other than the May Emperor. She was standing behind a divine king. Was just a little surprised to see May Emperor appear. He already knew from Feng Yujie that May Emperor had been with her since the beginning. At first, their relations .h.I plus P was very good, but later they betrayed the 9 divine kings. Was just a little surprised to see May Emperor appear. He already knew from Feng Yujie that May Emperor had been with her since the beginning. At first, their relations H.I plus P was very good, but later they betrayed the 9 divine kings. Until now, Chun Xiang still could not understand why May Emperor would betray her. Even Feng Yujie was something she herself could not explain. Chun Xiang continued to look at the commotion in front of him, only to see one of the divine kings wave his hand, signaling the May Emperor to retreat. The May Emperor was a little unwilling, so he snorted in a spoiled manner and walked out. At this time, all the 9 divine kings opened their arms wide, as if they were arranging a barrier. Chun Xiang felt that they would have to discuss some very important matters in the future. Among the younger 9 girls, one of them must have been controlled and should have died a long time ago. Her spirit body has already been devoured. A.G. Oh, D. King, sitting in the seat of honor, said, his face revealing a trace of sorrow. Who do you think it is? The other 8 celestial kings all had rather grim looks on their faces. Clearly, they knew about this as well, but they had yet to confirm who had betrayed them. Jiao and Xiaojiao were Feng Yujie and May Emperor. It's Xiaojiao. Even if her performance just now was out of character for her, Elder 9 girl is very sensible and knows that we cannot enter this conference room. Xiaojiao has been running here with us recently, obviously wanting to eavesdrop on our conversation. Another King said. Feng Yujie was the Elder 9 girl. Chun Xiang had already found out why May Emperor betrayed him, and it turned out that 9 divine kings did not notice. The May Emperor was controlled by the enemy using powerful means. This is bad for our next plan. The leader of the celestial kings said, it's already pretty good that we're able to reach this step. The rest is up to the 9 heavens' luck. Another D. King nodded and said, it's time for us to withdraw and end this boring dispute, allowing outstanding creatures to H.I plus NE in this brand new world. A rather muscular celestial king pointed to the jade box on the table and asked, the chicken younger 9 girl is not her anymore, so there is no need to give this supreme D-bone to her. The other Kings all nodded. That great divine lord said, Elder Nine Girl already possesses the supreme sacred bone. I do not wish for her to protect this land in the future. I only hope that she can escape this calamity and live a good life. Just as great divine lord finished speaking, they suddenly stood up. It's time for us to face them. Then they started to shake. Their chairs suddenly shot out 7 rays of light. One was the 7 dragons' sword flying out. The other was the divine king throwing out a book. Qinxiang recognized that book. It was the divine book that recorded all the refining methods and arrays. The 4 symbols divine weapons was created from this divine book. The image at the back was extremely chaotic. Qinxiang only saw the 9 divine kings leaving in a hurry. The jade box with the supreme D-bone on the table did not move. Could it be that this is the last time the 9 divine kings talked to them? After they finished talking, they went to the 9 Heaven Devil Palace. Then where is this place? Could this be the legendary 9 Heaven Devil Palace? Qinxiang S.H.I. plus Vered, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that that wasn't the case. If it were the 9 Heaven Devil Palace, he would definitely be facing many dangers right now. What is a Supreme G? D-bone. Feng Yujie also has this thing. It should be very strong. Qinxiang walked over and pulled out all the 9 dragons' sacred swords. Now he already knew that the 9 dragons' holy swords' true function was to record the contents of the 9 divine kings' meeting here, but he could only see the last part of it. Let's see what this Supreme G, D-bone is. Qinxiang opened the jade box. There were no bones inside, only a maw. S of silver white mud that looked soft and emitted a multicolored light. This is the Supreme G. D-bone, what exactly is it? It should have been stored for many years. Qinxiang did not sense any qi. He poked it with his finger and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his finger, as if it had been pricked with needles. Feeling the great pain, he immediately retracted his finger, only to find that the silver-white ball of mud was tightly sucking him in. At the same time, he could feel a large amount of blood flowing out of his finger at lightning speed. This sudden occurrence caused him to be extremely shocked. Originally, he only thought that it was bone or something like that, but who would have thought that it would actually be so deadly? Especially the speed at which the blood was being sucked. It seemed to be able to completely suck him dry. Just when he wanted to cut off his fingers, he suddenly felt something drilling into his fingers and entering his body. At this moment, the pain in his fingers had already lessened. He could also feel something entering his body, entering his bones, fusing into his bones at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, it had spread throughout his entire body. Just what is this thing? Qinxiang looked at his fingers, and all the silvery white mud had already drilled into his body. He didn't take any more of his blood, and he didn't feel any more pain. He was relieved, but then something terrifying happened. A layer of silvery white appeared on the surface of one of his hands, as if it was covered in a thin layer of ice. At first it was only the hand, but then it spread all over him, freezing him as if he were frozen. Even so, Qinxiang did not feel any discomfort. His entire body was wrapped in this silver white layer of ice, and he stood there in a daze. Qinxiang could clearly feel that the bones in his body seemed to be shattering bit by bit. However, there was no pain, and only after shattering they started to reform again, repeating like this over and over again. Don't tell me this is the benefit of the Supreme G. D-bone. If I were to fuse with this, I would have that Supreme G. D-bone. What exactly is this thing? Qinxiang really wanted to know what use the Supreme G. D-bone had, but he knew that it was definitely something good. The 2 sets of Supreme G. D-bone were prepared by the 9 divine kings for Feng Yujie and the Mei Emperor. However, after the Mei Emperor was under the control of the enemy, one of them was left behind. This thing must be special. I have to ask Feng Yujie about it in the future. Qinxiang was wrapped up by the strange silver-white skin and could not move at all. Only his eyes could move. What surprised him was that he actually saw a flash of red light. This red light was obviously from the lava. After he had integrated with the Supreme G, D-Bone, the palace had actually lost its defensive capabilities and was crushed by the powerful lava. It's over. Chun Xiang shouted in his heart. At this time, he could not use any strength at all, and he did not know why the D power hidden in the divine sense sea was sealed. Just as he was worrying, a red light flashed in front of his eyes. The entire palace had collapsed due to the impact of the lava, and he was surrounded by fiery red lava. He did not use the fire dragon sword and the profound wood diamond armor, and was at a place very deep in the earth's core where he thought he was dead for sure. Now that he was wrapped in some lava, he didn't feel any heat. The thin layer of silvery white was so powerful that it could block out such a degree of heat. And so, Chun Xiang continued in this state for a month. A month later, he suddenly felt that his skin was a bit loose, and he could also move it now. With just a little bit of force, he was able to break through that layer of silvery white skin. It scalded to death. Chun Xiang shouted in his heart, and then took out his fire dragon sword, ordering the lava to retreat. Chun Xiang was pleasantly surprised at this moment, because that one strike had let him know how terrifying his body was. After being scalded, he only felt a burning pain on his skin. He immediately took out a set of clothes and put it on. After carefully examining his body, he discovered that all of his bones had turned silvery white. They were no longer the purple gold bones from before. What's going on? Could it be that the Supreme D-Bone is stronger than Jade Bones? Chun Xiang was certain that his own bones had undergone a huge change, and his flesh had become extremely powerful. He thought for a moment and suddenly understood that the reason he was able to break open the silver S-H-E-L that had been covering him for a month was not because the S-H-E-L had lost its effect, but because his strength had increased. My physical body has already Serpa S, said the Jade Bone rank. In that case, I will soon become a true G-O-D. Chun Xiang was extremely excited. As long as he could become a true G-O-D, he would be able to go to the G-O-DS realm. Chun Xiang activated the fire dragon sword, allowing it to release even more power, allowing more S-P-A-C to surround him. This way, it would be convenient for him to use the power of S-P-A-C to open up a spatial tunnel. First, go back and ask Feng Yujie and see how Father is doing right now. Then decide whether or not you should go and find Father. Chun Xiang opened the spatial tunnel and left Earth's core, arriving outside the divine feather holy nations. Chun Xiang, who had the Supreme D-Bone, felt a different kind of powerful force. Previously, the strong power he had came from the powers in the divine sense sea, and it was supported by his soul, divine deity, and divine power. However, he was prepared to condense a soul spark inside his soul so that he could combine all three of them together and become a true G-O-D. After Chun Xiang entered the divine Feather Imperial Palace, he found out that Feng Yujie was not there but had gone to the divine Female Palace. After inquiring about the people in charge of the divine Feather Imperial Palace, Chun Xiang finally understood that in this past month, many shrines had descended from the GODS realm. Many of the big shots in the great powers had all sided with these shrines. Feng Yujie joined the divine Female Palace. Feng Yujie should be a G-O-Des of the ninth heaven, and she also possesses a Supreme G-O-D-Bone. She should be a G-O-D as well. If she were to also join the divine Female Palace, Xian and Menger's decision to join might be a good one, since they would be very safe inside, and the power of the divine Female Palace should not be small in the GODS realm. Even the G-O-D of Fortune had decided to make a move on him. If Shui Xian and the others could join a good shrine, it would greatly reduce his worries. Chun Xiang had never thought that he would be able to get his hands on such a strong person. The divine Female Palace occupied a land that was the size of a city and was surrounded by thick and tall city walls. In the middle, there was a 10-story tall wooden tower, and that was the divine female palace. It looked very ordinary on the surface, and did not give off the feeling of a palace. However, the defense of the entire palace was extremely strong, so Chen Xiang could sense the powerful array formation that enveloped the entire city from afar. The divine female palace occupied a land that was the size of a city and was surrounded by thick and tall city walls. In the middle, there was a 10-story tall wooden tower, and that was the divine female palace. It looked very ordinary on the surface and did not give off the feeling of a palace. However, the defense of the entire palace was extremely strong, so Chen Xiang could sense the powerful array formation that enveloped the entire city from afar. At the gate of the city stood 2 STURDY women in white armor. Their faces were cold and serious, and their auras were also very powerful. Men, stop! Seeing Chen Xiang coming closer, one of the guards spoke up. I'm looking for Feng Yujie. Can you inform him for me? Chen Xiang replied politely. I'll just say it's Chen Xiang who is looking for her. Although Chen Xiang had never been to the DS realm, he was already rather famous in the DS realm. The matter of L Devil Emperor and many other GODS in the shrine joining hands to capture Chen Xiang had caused quite a sensation in the DS realm, as they had not captured Chen Xiang at that time and had suffered great losses. This matter was still unfathomable to date. A female guard took out a communication treasure to send the message, and a moment later, Feng Yujie hurried out. Come, let's talk somewhere else. Feng Yujie seemed to have a lot of things to say to Chen Xiang. At first, it was Feng Yujie who brought Chen Xiang flying, but behind, it was Chen Xiang who pulled her, opening a spatial sageway, and arrived at the huge cave beneath the Yu Ming deep abyss. Where are Xian Xian and the rest? Chen Xiang asked. I wasn't with you. Feng Yujie laughed tenderly. You're so concerned about your wife. Don't you want to ask me about it? Chen Xiang curled his lips and asked, What's there to ask? You're so powerful. What can possibly happen to you? Furthermore, you're the 9 heavens and this 9 heaven world was created by your 9 fathers. All right, they're fine. They're all in divine female palace, but they've already decided to join the divine female palace. You don't have any objections, right? Feng Yujie said, No objection. Chen Xiang would definitely not stop him. That's right. Then what about that LV Qilian? She shouldn't be joining the divine female palace, right? LV Qilian asked. Deep down, LV Qilian was a very strong woman. He felt that even if the shrine controlled the 9 heaven world, LV Qilian would still hold on to his own. Feng Yujie shook her head. She didn't join the divine hall. She made a very difficult decision to disband Hundreds of Flowers Palace. What? This is impossible. Chen Xiang understood LV Qilian very well. The Hundreds of Flowers Palace was his root, and she had actually dissolved the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. You seem to be very concerned about her. You shouldn't have anything to do with her, right? Feng Yujie looked at Chen Xiang strangely. You are more powerful than I thought. Even a strong lady like LV Qilian is secretly related to you. You can't be like me. What powerful abilities do you have, and be specialized in bewitching women? Don't you have something to do with me? Chen Xiang chuckled. Who has anything to do with you? Don't spout nonsense. Feng Yujie scoffed. Don't worry, I promise that I will definitely help you expel my enticing power within a year. I really hope you can't do it. That way I can ha. Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. Feng Yujie stomped his foot down. Don't think too much about it. Even though I don't hate you, and even have a little good impression of you, it's impossible for you and I to be together. Chen Xiang retreated a few steps and laughed, continued talking about LV Qilian. What about after she disbanded Hundreds of Flowers Palace? After that, she disappeared. The disciples that were originally in Hundreds of Flowers Palace were also accepted by the divine female palace. Only she refused to join them, and she didn't tell us the reason. Feng Yujie shook her head and sighed. With her talent, she will definitely be able to H-I plus an E in the Divine Female Palace, and with my support, she can also wield a lot of power in the Divine Female Palace in the future. Chun Xiang paced back and forth a few steps. He understood very well why L.V. Chilian did not join the Divine Female Palace, because L.V. Chilian had never been someone who settled down in another force. Under the current situation, if the Hundreds of Flowers Palace was not attached to a divine hall, he would definitely be annihilated in the end. L.V. Chilian was very clear on his current strength, so he had no choice but to make such a decision. Only Xian Xian, Menger, Warm Moon, and Jing 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 are joining the Divine Female Palace. Feng Yujie said, I advised Mei Yao and the others, but none of them were willing to join Divine Female Palace. What's going on? Chun Xiang thought that Su Meiyao and the others would join in as well. Meiyao, Yu Yu and Ziqian left together, and then it was Hong Xia and Ji Linger's match. Your two younger sisters, Yulan and Qianxiang's team. In short, many of the women did not join the Divine Female Palace at that time, and some of the women, such as L.V. Qinlian and Little Lizzie from the Hundreds of Flowers Palace, chose to leave to travel around. Chun Xiang frowned. Yulan and Xiao Xiang, these two troublemakers are together. Now it's really troublesome. After all, Xiang Yu and Qianchan are together as well. They are not delicate girls under your care. They need to be tempered. They are also worried that they will implicate you, so they are all using their own methods to strengthen themselves. Feng Yujie sighed. But they should have chosen to join the Divine Female Palace because that is the safest and best way. Oh, right, where's Long Shui? This guy is not with me, he definitely can't. Chun Xiang said, She left for the path of Ji. Oh, DS, by herself. She said that she needed to quickly enter the Ji. Oh, DS realm, who knows what she was thinking. Feng Yujie said. Chun Xiang was stunned. Long Shui actually wanted him to go to the Ji. Oh, DS realm. And Long Jiu, he disappeared after spending 10 days with your master and the others. Feng Yujie said, You can ask your master and the others. They are all in the devil-killing Divine Palace now. And as for whether or not they have joined, I am not too sure. Chun Xiang nodded his head. And you, when will you bring out your second divine soul? My father is still in the divine tomb. Soon, I will have my second divine soul, and I'm about to go to the DS realm. Feng Yujie said. Chun Xiang found it strange that Chun Xiang had suddenly set up a barrier. Do you know anything about the Supreme D-Bone? Chun Xiang asked mysteriously. Feng Yujie immediately wrinkled her brows, a look of shock on her face as she promptly nodded her head. Of course I know, then how did you know? There are less than 10 people in the 9 Divine Kings, and I that do not know about this. Touch me and see if I have Supreme D-Bone too. Chun Xiang laughed as he rolled up his sleeves. After that, he began to circulate the power that was contained within the bones, causing a faint silver-white glow to emerge from within his flesh. Impossible, there's only one set of Supreme D-Bone. 9 Divine Kings said, only I have them. Feng Yujie looked at the silver glow on Chun Xiang's arms and shook his head as he muttered. The 9 Divine Kings hid a lot of things from Feng Yujie. If not, Feng Yujie would not have said such words. The 9 Divine Kings hid a lot of things from Feng Yujie. If not, Feng Yujie would not have said such words. Do you know where I went this month? Could it be the 9 Heaven Devil Palace? Didn't Long Ju say that you went to the Earth's core? Although Feng Yujie asked this, he didn't believe it at all. If Chun Xiang really went to the 9 Heaven Devil Palace, even if he could return, he wouldn't return so quickly. Chun Xiang laughed. I went to the Earth's core and I found a palace there. Inside, I saw a large round table made of jade and 9 mighty jade chairs. Hearing that, Feng Yujie trembled from head to toe and shouted in shock. It's that place I have been with 9 Divine Kings for many years, but I have only been there a dozen times. If it wasn't for them telling me to go in, I wouldn't dare to go in because there was a time when little Jiao Mei barged in and got scolded. Younger 9 girl is probably Mei Emperor. Qin Xiang asked, "Guess what else I saw inside?" "You saw the 9 divine kings." Feng Yujie was not so surprised now. She seemed to have guessed something. Qin Xiang nodded and then told her everything he had seen in the palace. After listening, Feng Yujie sighed. If something like this hadn't happened to little Jiao, her relations, H.I. plus P with me would have been very good. I also know that she would have died a long time ago, and right now that evil spirit is only wearing her body. This evil spirit must have been ordered by someone. Moreover, to be able to place this evil spirit in her body, it definitely isn't an ordinary existence. Do you know who it is? Qin Xiang asked. Since I have obtained the supreme Ji, O Dibone, then I have also received the 9 divine kings' favor. Thus this matter is now related to me. Feng Yujie shook her head. I don't know unless I can stay in DS realm for a period of time. I would have the possibility of finding out. When I was with 9 divine kings, I already knew that there were many objections and obstructions in the construction of 9 heaven world, which was why little Jiao was attacked. I was scolded by them, and they rarely scold me in such a strict manner. It's clear that they were worried that I would know about the existence of those people, and he only told me that I should stay alive and well, and not care about all that. Let nature take its course. Qin Xiang patted Feng Yujie's shoulders and sighed. When they're talking, they want to live happily as well. They can also be considered your father, and even though they say that, I can understand your feelings, so you definitely don't want to live like this. Feng Yujie raised his head and looked at Qin Xiang. After looking at Qin Xiang for a moment, he smiled. That's right, I must avenge little Jiao. Qin Xiang laughed. It seems like the relations, H.I. plus P between you 2 sisters is very deep. Otherwise, with your strength, you would have already taken care of that Mei Emperor. I can't do it. A flash of grief said through Feng Yujie's eyes. Then let me do it. You and 9 divine kings probably don't want that evil spirit to destroy your little sister's body. Qin Xiang said with a sincere face. I can go and take care of her now. Feng Yujie let out a long sigh and didn't speak for a long time, as if he was considering something. Well, you took her. Don't tell me so soon after you kill me. Feng Yujie thought for a moment and made his decision. But she has already gone to the DS realm. If you want to kill her, you have to go to the DS realm first. Feng Yujie added, had already made his preparations to go to DS realm, but before he left he had to see some old friends of his. I will leave soon. When are you going to DS realm? Qin Xiang asked. I need a period of time to make sure that the divine female palace here is functioning properly. As for Xian Xian and the others, you don't have to worry. I promise that when I go to the GODS, I will bring them along and give them the power to pass us the path of God. Feng Yujie was a pale saint, so he could be at ease. If possible, you'd better contact LV Chilean. She concocted quite a few spirit liquids by herself and is much more powerful than me, so maybe she can help you copy more holy level ingredients. You can also help her refine some holy elixirs. Qin Xiang said. Feng Yujie laughed heartily. What relations? H.I. plus P do you have with LV Chilean? She seems to be cold to you, but from the looks of it, you have a very good relations. H.I. plus P with her. She's my woman. Qin Xiang curled his lips. Don't you dare spout nonsense. This is a secret between her and me. Feng Yujie punched Qin Xiang on the chest. Good heavens, you are truly loose. Do you and Mei Yao faintly know about this? I never thought that such a cold and proud woman like LV Chilean would be taken care of by you. I'm going to see Xian Xian, elder sister Menger, and the others. After that, I'm going to take a walk in devil-killing divine palace and prepare to go to DS realm. Qin Xiang said. Inside the gigantic cave beneath the Yuming Deep Abyss, there were some houses that Huang Jintian and the others had built before. Feng Yujie looked around and also felt that this was a good place. Okay, wait for me here. Just as Feng Yujie was about to leave, Qin Xiang suddenly called out to her. Find the warm moon alone first. And don't tell her that I'm looking for her. And don't let Menger and Xianxian know either. Why? She knew that Dongfang Xingyue was Qin Xiang's female slave, but was still a female. Just by thinking about it, she knew why Qin Xiang wanted to do this. Scoundrel. Feng Yujie snorted, then floated away. Qin Xiang had a lot of trust in Feng Yujie. Although she was not told what he wanted, she still followed him. Arriving at the bottom of the Yuming Deep Abyss and seeing that Qin Xiang was there, Dongfang Xingyue walked over. Frowning, he asked, sneaking around, if you want to find me, just say it. If you have anything to say, quickly say it. I still need to go back and help you refine the divine S-H-I+P. Qin Xiang suddenly hugged Dongfang Xingyue by his waist and chuckled. Little maid, of course I want you to serve me. Dongfang Xingyue struggled for a few moments, then looked at Feng Yujie. She did not expect Feng Yujie to actually do such a thing for Qin Xiang. Feng Yujie stuck out his tongue, turned and left. Are you leaving? Dongfang Xingyue walked into a room with Qin Xiang, holding her head close to Qin Xiang's chest. Her jade hand had already reached into Qin Xiang's clothes and gently caressed Qin Xiang's chest. Yes, before I leave, I must properly serve our master slave. Qin Xiang gently placed Dongfang Xingyue on a clean and soft bed. Humph, you have to use all means possible before leaving. Dongfang Xingyue scoffed and took off the clothes on her body, revealing her beautiful and flawless upper body that was as plump as jade. Qin Xiang's eyes shone with a brilliant light, greedily and happily admiring the beauty in front of him. At the same time, he fondled her lovingly, unable to let go of her hand, causing Dongfang Xingyue to laugh softly as he shrunk his body from time to time. Dongfang Xingyue was not willing to lose out. He also took off Qin Xiang's clothes and used all of his strength to pinch Qin Xiang's STU-RDY body. Afterwards, the two unreservedly embraced each other and Pa-S silently kissed and caressed, following a painful cry that was intermixed with various complex emotions. The two of them finally became one. Standing guard outside the cave, Feng Yujie stomped his feet in anger. Standing guard outside the cave, Feng Yujie stomped his feet in anger. Am I crazy? To actually help this B-A-S-T-A-R-D do such a thing? The more Feng Yujie thought about it, the more he felt that there was something wrong with his head. Not only did he help Qin Xiang call Dongfang Xingyue over alone and let them enjoy the pleasures of being fish in water, he even helped them keep watch outside. This little B-A-S-T-A-R-D, he's purposely making such a big commotion so that I can hear him? Doesn't he not know how to casually lay down a barrier? Feng Yujie had no choice but to turn off his own hearing. Otherwise, all of the touching words that Qin Xiang and Dongfang Xingyue had said would have all entered her mind. Feng Yujie, who was born with the power of seduction, had never been so close to a place where men and women were intimate with each other. How long are they going to play? There's no end to it. Feng Yujie waited for more than 2 hours, but after thinking about it, Qin Xiang and Dongfang Xingyue were not normal people. Qin Xiang possessed the supreme being Holy Bone, and Dongfang Xingyue had the Vermilion Bird bloodline. The two of them could really do this together without end. Feng Yujie wanted to leave immediately, but she had yet to get rid of the tracing mantra on Qin Xiang's body. Furthermore, the G-O-D-S realm was already very close to the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, so Qin Xiang could only continue to guard here. That should be enough. Sister Yujie is still waiting for us outside. Dongfang Xingyue leaned on Qin Xiang's chest in a soft and gentle voice. They had already trained for 2 hours, and when they rested, they would also open the windows to look at Feng Yujie outside. What's the rush? I'm going to the DS realm soon. We'll have to wait a long time before we meet again in the future. Chunxiang rubbed Dongfang Xinyue's chest and laughed wickedly. We still need to dual cultivate first, then take a bath and call Menger and Xianxian over. Saying that, Chunxiang laughed sinisterly. You still have to call Xianxian and Menger over? No, this is too embarrassing. Saying definitely not. Dongfang Xinyue's face had already turned red. Dongfang Xinyue wanted to continue speaking, but Chunxiang had already lifted her up and jumped into a bath, then intensely kissed her in the bath. Feng Yujie predicted that Chunxiang and Dongfang Xinyue would at most live happily here for 1 to 2 days. After all, the two of them were very strong, but she never expected Chunxiang and Dongfang Xinyue to cultivate together. It would take them a lot of time. Chunxiang's body and soul were both very strong at the moment. This was the first time Dongfang Xinyue had dual cultivated with her, and he had received great benefits. Furthermore, he could also do such shameful and comfortable things during dual cultivation, causing her to suddenly be unwilling to leave Chunxiang's side. Good elder sister, are you still outside? Chunxiang suddenly said to Feng Yujie. Is it because the warm moon girl can't satisfy you and wants me to go in and serve you? Feng Yujie's voice sounded, carrying a trace of resentment. I have this thought, but I don't know if you would be willing to. To tell you the truth, this is all because of you. Who told your charm to always torture me? Chunxiang chuckled. Don't even think about it. Finish it quickly. Feng Yujie scoffed. I'm going to leave very soon. I don't know when I'll meet them in the future, and your seductive powers will continue to torment me. You can't help me get rid of them within a year, so quickly help me call Xianxian and the elder sister Menger over. Chunxiang laughed. Feng Yujie thought about how Chunxiang had always been tormented by her seductive power and felt very apologetic. He could only bite the bullet and summon Shui, Xianxian, and Lu Menger over. Very quickly, Lu Menger and Shui Xianxian arrived at the bottom of the Yuming deep abyss. Feng Yujie merely allowed them to enter the house. When the two girls opened the door and saw Chunxiang and Dongfang Xinyue playing in the bath, they were immediately stunned. Without a second word, Shui Xianxian threw a punch and a kick towards Chunxiang at the side of the pool previously, but in the end it had also turned into a fight, and after being dragged down the bath by Chunxiang, he was stripped naked. Even Lu Menger, who was hiding far away, could not avoid it, as he was swept away by the suction force from Chunxiang. Feng Yujie was already numb to it, she muttered. Meiyao and the others have truly left very well, if not. I can't imagine. She thought about how there were many women by Chunxiang's side. If she were to be with Chunxiang at this moment, she would definitely go even more crazy. This Bastard has a conscience, after all. He didn't extend his claws towards this naive and innocent girl, Jingjing. Feng Yujie continued to let his imagination run wild as he waited for Chunxiang and the others to finish. After finding out that Chunxiang was preparing to go to the DS realm, Lu Menger and Shui Xianxian could only sigh quietly. Previously, they had gotten along with Chunxiang in the divine prison, and it was the first time in many years that they had spent so much time together. At this time, they were also very considerate and good when taking care of Chunxiang, because they might need a very long time to see him again. Chunxiang wasn't doing this all for the sake of being happy with the three girls. At the same time, he was dual cultivating with them, transferring the power of his newly merged Supreme D-Bone into their bodies through dual cultivation. When he was training with the three girls, Chunxiang had consumed a large amount of his vitality because he had also said down some of the strange abilities in his body to them. For example, that poison resistance and some of his fire of chaos. Although they were very weak, they could still give them a start. Feng Yujie had been waiting outside for more than 10 days. When Chunxiang and the three women saw his haggard appearance, they rejoiced at his misfortune, and at the same time, guessed a few things because Xue Xianxian, Lu Meng'er, and Dongfang Xinhua, who walked out with Qin Xiang, were extremely spirited at this moment. There were also big changes as well, which showed that Qin Xiang had used some kind of secret method to channel a lot of energy to them. You have that kind of bone. There shouldn't be a need for you to act this way, right? What exactly did you do? Feng Yujie was still very curious about why Qin Xiang had become like this. You'll know once you try. Qin Xiang laughed. Humph. Feng Yujie snorted unhappily. After eating a dragon blood Saint Dan, Qin Xiang's complexion gradually recovered. He opened a spatial tunnel and brought Feng Yujie and the others to the forest outside of the city of Ji-O-Des. Sister Yujie, called Jingjing out. Before Qin Xiang goes to the Ji-O-Des realm, play with this little girl. She would like to be able to hang out with you. Dongfang Xinhua laughed. We won't be going, we still have to hurry. We just hope that when we get to the Ji-O-Des realm, we can hand over that SHI plus P to you. Xue Xianxian kissed Qin Xiang's cheeks. Be careful. Lu Meng'er also kissed him on the other cheek. Don't be too stubborn. You still have us to remember. Feng Yujie. The three women returned to the divine female palace, and then they called Dongfang Jing out. Do you want me to accompany you? Yes. Qin Xiang nodded. Dongfang Jing was very happy that she could go play with Qin Xiang, so when she came out, she was even wearing a light pink dress. At this moment, her innocent face was briming with joy. Big brother, I've known you for so long, yet you've never brought me out to play. Qin Xiang said before that you've brought her out to play before, and you've even eaten a lot of things. Dongfang Jing walked up to Qin Xiang's frisbee and leaned on his arm. Qin Xiang, seriously, left with Yulan just like that. These two girls are both crazy brats, wild girls who like to fight. Qin Xiang was still very worried at the moment. Brother, don't worry about them. Qin Xiang is a new sword emperor now. Sister Yulan is also very strong, it's fine. Dongfang Jing laughed. Let's go look for Lingling. She should be at Big Sister's place. Feng Yujie said. Long Huishan also went on to the path of Ji-O-D, and she even brought Xin Lingling. I heard that Xin Lingling had hidden problems when she grew up, but never would I have thought that with the help of the ice dragon lineage, she would actually become so powerful and increase by leaps and bounds. Right now, she is going to the Ji-O-Des realm with many of the older people from the ice dragon bloodline. This is not a good thing. Seems like I need to hurry up and go to the Ji-O-Des realm. Qin Xiang thought about the ice dragon's experience in the Ji-O-Des realm and began to worry about the ice dragon's bloodline. Xue Yi gave the ice dragon's supreme dragon blood to the ice dragon's lineage. I think it should be fine. Feng Yujie said. Lingling is really working hard. He has already said the path of Ji-O-Des. In the future, I need to work hard too. I also want to pass the path of Ji-O-Des with my own abilities. Dongfang Jing said with a resolute expression. Qin Xiang pinched her cheek and laughed. It will definitely work if you keep quiet. Feng Yujie also laughed. There is nothing to be afraid of on the road to the Ji-O-D realm now. Since Ditian has become so powerful, the people training in Ditian will become much stronger than before. Back then, very few people entered the Ji-O-Des realm from the ninth heaven. Sister Jie, you are also a Ji-O-D, right? Dongfang Jing asked Feng Yujie with his eyes wide open. Yes. Feng Yujie smiled slightly and caressed Dongfang Jing's face. In the future, I will guide you and make you stronger. You possess the vermilion bird's bloodline, so your foundation is extremely good. Qin Xiang brought Dongfang Jing on a tour around Ditian's mountains and rivers, and also went to some bustling cities, and even went to some endless heaven realm-mess. He brought Dongfang Jing and Feng Yujie to taste all kinds of delicious food, and bought many strange things to play for close to 10 days. Dongfang Jing was already very satisfied, and did not cry when he bid farewell to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang teleported to the vicinity of the sacred beast's ancient realm. Because the devil-killing divine palace was right here, that group of DS back then could now oppress the L Devil Emperor in broad daylight. LV Zhen and the Grandma LV were both inside the devil-killing divine palace, so the person who had a huge grudge with the L Devil Emperor was definitely also here. Bai Yahweh himself was also a member of the devil-killing summit, and now he also chose to join the devil-killing divine palace. Huang Jintian, Jiang Sheng, along with his old friends Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, Yin Xiaodao, and the others were all brought here by Huang Jintian. After Qin Xiang came to the devil-killing divine palace, he drank with these old friends of his for a few days and nights before making an agreement to meet them again in the DS realm in the future. It was said that there were two paths to the spirit realm in the GODS realm. The easiest one to reach was the GODS realm. The path to get there was not going to be tested, but it was equivalent to courting death. So even if the path to reach the spirit realm was easier to pa-SS, no one would choose it. It was said that there were two paths to the spirit realm in the GODS realm. The easiest one to reach was the GODS realm. The path to get there was not going to be tested, but it was equivalent to courting death. So even if the path to reach the spirit realm was easier to pa-SS, no one would choose it. The other path to becoming a deity was in the divine realm, which was the holy land of the continent of the king back then. Currently, that place had already been exposed. Qin Xiang had gone to that place a few times, but he had never gone deep there. The only time was when he went in with Lu Meng'er and got the divine book. There, Qin Xiang also had an old friend who was a blue dragon. LV Zhen had gone to the D realm before. He did not succeed in sing through the D realm road, but right now there shouldn't be any problems. However, he still wanted to do some things against the L Devil Empress in the D Tian region. Qin Xiang entered the spirit realm, but he did not know of it. This guy should have already gone to DS realm. Qin Xiang looked at the ruins here and then walked forward. The path of D was a difficult path for many experts back in the day. But now it had become relatively easy, mainly because the experts now were all relatively strong. Originally, Qin Xiang wanted to see Hua Xiangyue and Wu Qianshan, but there was no news of them. They were traveling all over, disguised, Nine Heaven World, and many other endless heaven realm. It was not easy to find them. He could only give up. Shui, this little gluttonous dragon, what kind of madness is this? To go to the DS realm alone. What if she doesn't have anything to eat there? Qin Xiang was suddenly a little worried about Long Shui. She needed to eat a lot of good things to become strong, and she had always relied on him to do so. Qin Xiang followed Feng Yujie's instructions. After arriving at the D realm, he ran in the direction of a faint golden light. That place was the location of the D realm road, the place where he could enter the GODS realm. On the way to the Heavenly Mystery Road, Qin Xiang encountered all sorts of naturally formed powerful illusions, and he was able to bypass them all. On the road, he saw many corpses, and all of them died on the road. Qin Xiang was currently in a boundless desert, on that road which was emitting a faint golden light, giving people the illusion that he was not too far away. On the other hand, Qin Xiang had already been walking for more than 10 days, but he still had not seen the so-called road to becoming a God. What's going on? If I had known earlier, I would have asked him more carefully. He hasn't arrived yet. Qin Xiang looked around to make sure he did not fall into the array. He continued to walk in the desert for 3 more days, which made him feel strange. Along the way, more and more corpses appeared, but he didn't encounter any danger. Most of the corpses were dried up, and the cause of death didn't come from their physical bodies. Is that the entrance to the path of all GODS? Qin Xiang could already see a pale, golden vortex in the sky in front of him, which was a spatial sageway. Qin Xiang looked at the corpse at the side and frowned. Could it be that all of these bodies fell out from the path of God? It didn't work. This was the same way death worked, which made Chen Xiang a little worried. This path of D is really dangerous. Chen Xiang looked carefully at a relatively fresh corpse. This corpse's bones were supposed to be very strong, but now they were very weak, and its dried-up flesh was the same. It was as if all the strong energy in its body had been sucked out. Chen Xiang rushed to the entrance of the Path of Divine, observed carefully, then jumped in and entered the whirlpool. It really is a spatial Pa-S, Sageway, and it's very unstable. In order to prevent himself from having problems during Pa-S Sage, Chen Xiang used the power of the spatial laws to reinforce the spatial Pa-S, Sageway. Otherwise, a chaotic and tyrannical spatial energy would occasionally appear in this tyrannical spatial Pa-S, Sageway. This power was extremely terrifying, and if one could not block it, then if one was lucky, they would be able to leave their corpse outside in the desert. If one was unlucky, they would most likely be torn into pieces by the powerful energy and scattered around the path of God. The spatial energy here was a strong power of law. This kind of power of law maintained the operation of countless dimensions, such as DS realm, 9 heaven world, and so on. It was strong and mysterious. This path of D is indeed difficult to walk on. If I don't control the power of SPAC, then I will at least suffer a lot of torture if I want to pass it. This is also a test for humans. Chen Xiang could be said to be extremely relaxed on the way here, but when he tried to retreat, he discovered that the spatial energy would become even more berserk, and he nearly lost control of it. It seems like this path of D can only be taken forward and not backwards. This is a one-way path. Chen Xiang sighed. In the future, if you want to return from DS realm, it seems that you need to at least have the strength of a super profound geode. If it was an Empyrean God, it would definitely be very easy for them to return. Those deities Templar had sent down so many deities, all sent down by the Empyrean God himself. Now, Chen Xiang suddenly felt that the DS realm's rules were not bad. They could restrain so many DS, if not it would be too easy for the L Devil Emperor to come to the 9 heaven world. But now he was actually worried about how long the rules of the DS realm would last, and that there were many rules that could be changed, such as when the 9 heaven world grew up, they would change the rules so that everyone could fly away the 9 heaven world that was created by the 9 divine kings. The 9 heaven world will definitely be stronger than the DS realm in the future. Otherwise, the 9 divine kings will not be persecuted. Chen Xiang had a premonition that the strength of the 9 divine kings was much stronger than the DS, but the reason why none of the 9 of them were able to survive was because they had created a 9 heaven world with unlimited potential. The path of DS was very long. Chen Xiang had never thought that a spatial Pa-S, Sageway, could actually be this long. In the past, the spatial Pa-S, Sageway he opened had always been able to arrive at his destination in an instant. But this also meant that there was a huge difference in time between the SPAC, where 9 heaven world was located, and the SPAC, where DS realm was located. There might even be a time difference, or there might be a possibility of there being some sort of gap between the two SPACs. Right now, Chen Xiang did not dare to mess around in the spatial tunnel. It would be extremely difficult for the spatial tunnel to be so stable. To Pa-S as the path of God by oneself is also a proof of oneself. Chen Xiang thought back to what Xue Xianxian and the others had said to him, that they wanted him to Pa-S through the path of DS. Chen Xiang, who was extremely sensitive to SPAC, had already sensed that there was an exit in front of him. When he reached the last section of the road, the SPAC became much more stable. In front of us is the DS realm. Chen Xiang suddenly tensed up. The L Devil Emperor still has the tracing mantra on me. Maybe he already knows that I entered the path of DS. If that's the case, then maybe he will send people to guard outside. Chun Xiang slowed his pace and was thinking about how to safely enter the DS realm. When the H.E.L. Devil Emperor sent someone with blood to the divine prison previously, he did not manage to capture Qin Xiang. Now that he found out that Qin Xiang was going to the DS realm, the H.E.L. Devil Emperor felt that Qin Xiang had walked into a trap. The H.E.L. Devil Emperor will definitely come secretly. If possible, he doesn't want to share the heavenly alchemy with others either. He definitely didn't tell the other DS that I have already come to the DS realm. If that was the case, Chen Xiang did not need to worry about too many DS attacking him. If that's the case, it would be too eye-catching and would definitely be suspected. Previously, when the D of Fortune cooperated with him, he also channeled a lot of manpower into his body, causing him to lose a lot of profound DS, so the D of Fortune would definitely not let me off. Thinking that the D of Fortune, who was stronger than even the H.E.L. Devil Emperor, would want to capture him, Qin Xiang felt a lot of pressure right now. Looks like I have to leave as soon as I get out. I wonder how the DS realm's PAC is like with my current strength. How long can I open up a spatial tunnel? Qin Xiang had already been secretly operating his energy, but at this time he was getting closer and closer to the exit. The moment he stepped out, a bright light pierced him. This was a normal sunlight, but it carried a strong aura of divine force. As expected, Chen Xiang only needed a glance to know that there were a lot of strong warriors hiding around. A few of them even belonged to the profound Qin Xiang had already used his superb transformations, turning himself into a small, old man whose entire body was riddled with wounds. The people waiting for him here were definitely going to be killed in one strike, so once they identified the person, they would immediately make their move. If it wasn't for Qin Xiang coming, they would have probably missed the opportunity to make their move. But they had already missed the opportunity. The moment Qin Xiang came to the DS realm, the PAC around him began to fluctuate like water patterns before he even breathed in much air. The group of Sins had also received a message from the H.E.L. Devil Emperor, saying that Qin Xiang had already appeared in the DS realm. The group of killers had been waiting for a long time. Seeing an old man covered in blood, they subconsciously thought that it was not Qin Xiang, so they gave him a very short and precious time. Just this little bit of Qin Xiang was already enough for Qin Xiang to use his spatial energy to escape this ambush point. Just as Qin Xiang had guessed, the H.E.L. Devil Emperor only knew that he had entered the path of the DS and did not know when he would come out. The DS realm's PAC was much stronger than DTion's, so Qin Xiang was unable to travel too far. However, it was still able to help him escape from his most dangerous moment. Qin Xiang had shuttled to the limit several dozen times consecutively and was already far away from the exit of the road. After arriving at the DS realm, he had not even seen what the DS realm was like before he crazily ran away. Who was wresting thought back to the murderous intents from the profound he had a lingering fear in his heart. Qin Xiang could not stay in one place for too long, so when he had entered the DS realm, he had already made preparations to hide here. Qin Xiang could not stay in one place for too long, so when he had entered the DS realm, he had already made preparations to hide here. If I can't get rid of the tracing mantra, I won't be able to settle down. Qin Xiang only rested for a short while before he used his spatial energy to travel back and forth. Before, when he was at DTion's devil-killing divine palace, he had asked around about the DS there and found out that there was a relatively safe place in the DS realm. For example, the divine cities that were established by some shrines all had very strict rules inside, and the majority of them were not allowed to have conflicts inside. What Qin Xiang needed to do now was to find a divine city like this and cultivate inside for a period of time until his spirit was strong enough to break away from the H.L. Devil Emperor's tracing mantra. Although the devil-killing divine palace was not the strongest divine palace in the G.O.D.S. realm, it was still relatively strong. Its main target was the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor, so Qin Xiang chose to enter this divine palace. The G.O.D.S. realm was extremely vast, and just as Elvigen had said, it was many times bigger than the Nine Heaven World and the other endless heaven realm combined. It was said that the G.O.D.S. realm was growing up on its own every day, and every day it expanded. Qin Xiang was running around randomly. He just wanted to quickly find a living person and ask him how to get to the nearest divine city. He could not run around in the G.O.D.S. realm. If he met some powerful G.O.D. level beasts here, it would not be a joke, so Qin Xiang would be extremely careful. More than 10 days later, he finally met people by a lake. They were 2 old men. They were squatting by the lake and staring at the lake intently. These 2 old men were both true G.O.D.S. Qin Xiang reckoned that they were probably only demi-G.O.D.S. or G.O.D.S. in strength. Sensing that someone had arrived, the 2 elders became vigilant. Seeing that it was a young man of later generation and that the aura he revealed was not very strong, they both relaxed a lot. "Seniors, I am lost. May I ask how can I get to the divine city?" Qin Xiang asked respectfully. These 2 old men looked somewhat similar. Qin Xiang felt that they were brothers. The nearby divine city are very far away, so it's obviously the fastest way to go directly. However, there are a lot of dangerous places blocking the way, so you need a G.O.D.'s disc to point the way. An old man took out a palm-sized black disc with a golden needle on it. The old man threw the divine disc to Qin Xiang and said, "Inject the divine power into it, and you will know the route of the divine city. My divine disc only has 10 odd paths to the divine city, and the closest ones are also here." After Qin Xiang expressed his thanks, he poured his G.O.D. power into them, and immediately the images of 10 over divine city appeared in his mind. They were all surrounded by tall, golden walls, releasing a light as bright as the sun, extremely majestic and shocking. The closest divine city was called Tong Tian Divine City. Qin Xiang suspected that this city was very close to the entrance of the Path of G.O.D. That's why it was named this way, because there was no shrine inside. Although he did not have a shrine, he still had the transmission array. That was enough for him to be teleported to the devil-killing divine city. After Qin Xiang memorized all the routes on the divine Compass, he returned it back to the old man and thanked him again. Then he chatted with the others for a while and bid his farewell. Qin Xiang had originally planned to go to the Tong Tian Divine City, but after thinking about it again, he was worried that there would be an ambush there. Because the Tong Tian Divine City was not inside the Divine Palace, the rules he formulated could not restrict the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor. Therefore, he decided to go to the Divine City S that were a bit further away. The Divine City S were called the Flowing Light Divine City S. In order to prevent the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor from figuring out where he was going, Qin Xiang spent a lot of effort and strolled around. In the end, he went through dozens of spatial jumps in one breath and entered the Flowing Light Divine City. Qin Xiang did not like this city very much. He quickly found out about the teleportation location here, and after a short while, he teleported away using 100 G.O.D. coins. Devil-killing Divine City was a famous city. When Qin Xiang arrived, he immediately felt that the Divine City was much worse than this place. No matter the style of the buildings or the strength of the people inside the city, none of them could be compared with the Sword of Radiance sect. At least the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor did not dare make a move here. He did not need to worry about being chased and killed by the profound G.O.D. who were much stronger than him. Where the H.E.L.L. did that girl Shuai run off to? Qin Xiang felt that it was boring for him to be alone too. In the past, it was good to have Long Shuai to chat with him by his side. Qin Xiang did not have much divine money on him, but the divine money was extremely important here. He had already understood it from the divine prison. although he did not have much divine money. He had many things that could be exchanged for divine money, such as his divine deity and those sacred pills. He had 2 battle G, D level S, other divine deity, and 2 ordinary divine deity with him. Both of them could be exchanged for a large amount of divine money. But he was not too familiar with the GODS realm, so he did not have any intentions of making a move right now. My current physical body is already very strong. I only need to cultivate my soul. It seems that I need to purchase some holy level ingredients that can help my strong soul refine pills. Chun Xiang didn't know much about holy levels medicinal herbs. When he was in 9 Heaven World, he only knew a little, but in DS realm, there were a lot of types of holy levels medicinal herbs, even some divine medicines. In the DS realm, there were still 4 ancient 4 symbols divine weapons S, and they were the most powerful ones. Chun Xiang also wanted to find them quickly, but he was currently very weak in the DS realm, and he was also affected by the tracing mantra. As long as he could get rid of the tracing mantra, he would be able to start searching for the 4 ancient 4 symbols divine weapons S. Chun Xiang bought a pearl at a place that was specially used to sell medicinal pellets. Inside the pellet, there was a lot of knowledge related to sacred medicinal pellets. The price of this pearl was not low either, using up the last bit of divine money. After Chun Xiang understood from experience that it was not easy to earn divine money from the DS realm, as long as one was not too lazy, one could earn $2,000 in a month. However, while earning the divine money, one would also have to spend money on cultivation, such as buying pills to support their cultivation, or hiring people to cultivate the divine armor, and also having to spend a lot of money to stay in the divine city. In addition, there were also some relatively large expenses. Some low-level true DS would occasionally rent a sparring field to practice on, in order to increase their combat experience. In order to travel to other divine city, one would also need to pay a teleportation fee. Thus, most of the DS here were relatively poor. There are a lot of people who have just entered true D stage, and most of them will be stuck at the demi-G. D stage, followed by the semi-G. D stage. As long as one is not too bad, as long as they can endure for a period of time, they will be able to reach the true D stage. Most of the people Chun Xiang saw on the road had this kind of strength. There were also true DS and upper true DS, but not many of them existed. Chun Xiang had met a few in the devil-killing divine city S, but they were all first-rate places like the medicine shop he went to previously, where profound D was located. Chun Xiang could only refine low-grade holy pellets now, but Dragon Blood Saint Danas with strong bodies would only be worth 50 divine coins here. To Chun Xiang, this was selling for a bit less, but he knew very well that the low-rank holy level S would grow easily here. Furthermore, the cultivation method of the DS realm was very clever. It allowed these ingredients to grow very quickly, and those who needed low-rank holy pellets would not be very strong, but they would be the poorer kind. Therefore, the low-rank holy pellets only cost this much, but a medium-grade saint pill was different. Its price was 5 to 10 times higher than a low-grade saint pill.